Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good evening. What am I thinking?
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening to all of you too. Rory, could I ask you a question? Who do we have as the alternate UFA, UFSA board member
Let me look.
from Midvale?
Okay. Let's see. How clever.
Thank you very much.
You betcha.
Nate, you and Cody did a great job in that UFA meeting this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, that went well.
It did.
Went well. I hope they understand what we're doing, but it sounded like they not only liked the numbers, but understood the project and liked what we were trying to do with it. So that's good.
Yep. Yeah, there were some good comments.
Good.
Very professional presentation. You guys have refined that. You could sell refrigerators to the Eskimos.
Good. That's what we're going to do next. We're going to open a Eskimo refrigerator shop on Main Street. So just kidding. That's probably not even politically correct to say that.
Welcome, Kane.
Hi, Mayor. How are you?
I'm well. It's been a long day.
Yeah. I'll bet you started early, didn't you?
Yeah. And I got my shot this afternoon. So I'm on my way.
Did
Good.
you know it?
It didn't hurt. It just had a little prick. But I had a camera aimed at me, my phone aimed at me, so I had to
Nice.
help me take pictures, and so I passed those on to Laura to spread around it.
Nice.
Mayor,
Go.
I heard you met my friend Eric today.
Oh yeah, Eric
He
was
said-
there, Brian. He was
he's-
there.
Great guy. He said you're the only mayor that took photos. So that made me very proud.
Your suggestion was wonderful because I've shared it with my family now and they're all excited too. My wife gets her shot on the 10 days from now on the 29th. So we will
Nice.
both be started equal. Well, it's 6 o'clock on my clock. I had trouble with this clock. It wanted to be 50 minutes behind. Every time I clicked on it, it jumped another 10 minutes. So it's finally caught up. So let's begin our workshop with the legislative update. Matt Dahl, welcome to you. Glad to see you there.
Hello. Let's see if I can do this here. I'm on a different computer than normal. I'm going to try sharing here.
Okay.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also going to try doing this. Now, does it fill the whole screen?
Except for all the wonderful portraits of people on the side.
Okay, perfect. So as you all know, today was the first day of the session. It's clearly a very different year than normal. We received an email today. I think Kane sent it out that he got from the league that talked about the way things are going to be a little bit different up on the Hill this year because of COVID precautions. Generally speaking, they still are going to allow people to participate in the meetings, but it's going to require people to generally go to the committee website where the meeting is going to be held and then join through a Zoom meeting. And then you would be able to participate. You can also just, I guess, click on like a YouTube version of it that's on the committee websites as well and watch if you don't have any don't anticipate participating. For the most part, they're going to be limiting the number of people who are up at the Capitol. The building is closed to the public for the next little bit. And when it does reopen, there will be restrictions on the floors that people can go into. And so all of that is to say that just like you've been experiencing over the course of the last year with our meetings, the way that people are going to interact with the legislators and things are going to be different this year. And it's going to be interesting to see how that impacts how legislation is made this year. There's a couple of, while there's a lot of different bills, the league has 10 pages of bills that in some way, shape, or form impact cities. I think that there, for me, are about 3 themes that I've been seeing as part of what I've seen both in bills that are out and bills that I've heard that are coming down the pipeline. The first is, and every year there's an attempt by the state to preempt authorities that are given to and used by local government. But I think the league feels, and as I look at some of the bills this year, I also feel that there's maybe a little bit of a increase in the number of preemption bills this year. And I think that as we look at some of them, I think that it also shows that this year seems to have the home builders flexing their muscles up on the Hill a little bit. And we'll go through some of those bills in a second. The second has to do with housing. There are several different bills where legislators are attempting to address the affordable housing crisis in the state. And they have a myriad of different approaches at doing it. Some of them I think are well crafted, well thought out, and could be effective. Some others seem to be, as we'll go over in a little bit, maybe have some other ulterior motives rather than just being able to build more affordable housing. And then the other is finding creative ways of funding transportation and transit-oriented development. I think there's a view that there are both opportunities around existing infrastructure in order to sort of fulfill the expectations that developers and legislators and others have about what TOD should be. And then there's also some interest in finding creative ways of funding new transportation infrastructure. One of the challenges that we see as we look at both of transportation funding and TOD funding is that oftentimes what I've heard from legislators directly is that there's sort of this lack of interest in trying to come up with new state money to fund it. And what they really seem to be more interested in is finding ways to carve up the funds that local communities are already utilizing. Oftentimes they're looking at different forms of essentially tax increment financing for these projects. And I'm not always in favor of what they're looking at. So those are some of the themes that we're going to see this year. And I have some bills that I will go through. Before I get into the specific bills, though, for this year, does anyone have any questions about like the COVID precautions or how that's affecting our system for this year? Okay, I'll keep moving through the bills then. So what I've done is I've identified some bills or bill concepts that I think are pretty Midvale specific or closely related to us. Some that are CRA or RDA specifically related, and then just some other bills for us to keep our eyes on. So the first one is sorry, that's my wife rang the bell letting us know that dinner's ready. That's embarrassing.
Here in the Washington, D.C. area. But last week, they did receive that invitation to stay at Blair House on the...
Sorry about that. I have the Alexa right by my computer. I apologize. So what public funding for Resource Center. Last week, when we were having our discussions with legislators, we had brought up that there had been a decline in the funding that we've been receiving year on year for public safety at the Family Resource Center here in Midvale. As part of that, Representative Elison thought that didn't quite sound right to him, and he asked us for some data in hopes that we could work with him in order to maybe find a way to make sure that we got more funding for those services here in Midvale. Last year we had over a $200,000 decline in what was, or this year for next year, what was approved. And every time that happens, it means that Midvale is funding a little bit more of that. And so we hope that that's something that's successful. Right now, that hasn't been attached to a bill yet. Additionally, in HB 151, state infrastructure bank amendments, the only thing that seems to do is remove the ability for that infrastructure bank to be used for parking structures. This is something that we have used, are using. We've come to you and talked to you about a couple different projects utilizing those funds. We know that there are other communities that are doing that as well. And we think it would be, one, unfortunate if it went away, because I think there are future uses that we could have for it. And then two is we just want to make sure that that doesn't have any impacts on the allocations that we've already done. So that's one that I think could impact Midvale. And then in addition to that, we've got, there is a bill that hasn't been numbered yet, but that is a state homeless organization bill. This is based off of the Gardner Policy Institute report that came out earlier this year. In large part, it's trying to figure out how to streamline all of the services that are provided in Utah for for those experiencing homelessness, and trying to both set up a position under the governor that would be responsible for homelessness in the state, and then also just making sure that they're sort of streamlining how policy is developed and funds are allocated. And so that's something that could impact our resource center. And so I have that on there. The next thing is SB 65. This is under the CRA legislation portion of the bills I'm talking about. So the first one is SB 65. This is coming out, this is from Senator Harper and was developed with in consultation with the Utah Redevelopment Association. It's pretty complex, but the general gist of it is that it would allow for a CRA or a city operating that CRA to establish their own property tax so that the way things work right now is you create the CRA, it collects property taxes for a period of time, and then when the project area goes away, some of those resources go away as well. And what this would allow is that what you could do is essentially say that at a designated time or when the project area expires, that a portion of the property tax associated with the CRA would be continued, and that then the CRA would essentially be able to use those funds for CRA related purposes throughout the city that creates it. Now, the issue with that one, besides its complexity, is that it's not a tool that everyone's going to use. There are certain communities that that'll make more sense in, and there's some difference of opinion about that bill. Right now, the league is sort of looking at it as sort of a undefined position on it, and we sort of have we'll say a lukewarm feeling about it on the administrative side, only because I'm not sure that we would use it. But we're still kind of kicking that one around. The next one is that the Commission on Housing Affordability, which I'm a member, but is largely sort of governed by its chair and has a lot of influence on it, Senator Andreg. He showed us a draft bill last week, and he's hoping to still get it put out for this session. One of the things that it does is it greatly expands the use of the housing set-aside funds that CRAs have, to allow it to be used to support education, healthcare, and some other things. I and some others in the Utah Redevelopment Association are a little cold on that, in that the bill or the CRA legislation already allows for a large amount of uses for housing, and that we're concerned that by expanding it in the way that this does, it actually makes it so that you're not putting those money towards actually building housing units. And that might be a problem, but that's something we can discuss. The bill also, although the language wasn't included, but Senator Andreg has indicated that he's going to put in there, is something that would tie the Governor's Office of Economic Development's funds and incentives to requirements for both doing a housing analysis and a plan for providing funding for the workforce that is created through those incentives. I think that has some negative potential consequences, and we'll look forward to seeing that language. They're looking to include something in here that would make it so that for every development fee that we collect, we would need to create a segregated account specifically for those fees that we would then provide the state auditor with a report on what we collected and how we spent those funds. This is really part of the Home Builders Association's goal of reducing cities' development fees, because they believe that everyone is charging them too much. As we'll discuss later this year, Nate has been doing some research, and I think will show that at least we're probably, our fees are probably lower than what the true costs are. And then the final thing is just a couple of years ago, you'll remember we had to approve a moderate income housing plan. In that plan, based on the type of city you were, you had to do 3 or 4 specific housing strategies out of a list of like 20. What they're looking at doing this year is potentially expanding that from the 3 to 4 to like 5 or 6 of those strategies. I think our housing plan already would cover it if we did increase it to 5 or 6, but this just still kind of gets into this thing where the legislature, as part of this bill, is looking at providing $800,000 of new money to support affordable housing, which, as you could tell, doesn't go very far. But they are more than willing to put some additional requirements on local governments in order to support the development of new housing. And so that kind of fits into that preemption stuff a little bit. Any questions on those bills? Okay. Now I just kind of get into these bills of interest. They are things that impact us, but maybe aren't as sort of directly impacting Midvale. So the first one, which is real bad, is SB 61. It's the outdoor advertising amendments. Right now, there's a lot of, there's a fair number of restrictions on how how billboards can be upgraded, relocated, repaired and those kinds of things. And this is trying to make it so that it loosens some of those restrictions. And specifically, it's looking at making it so that if a non-electronic billboard wants to be convert to an electronic one, that cities wouldn't be able to prevent that from happening. Additionally, if a billboard, say from a I-15 expansion, is going to push out a billboard and we don't have it zoned in the areas where that's impact or where that billboard could go, then it would allow for it to be easier for them to relocate into areas where it's not currently allowed. One of the things that has been sort of mentioned about this bill is that normally the billboard bills don't show up until later in the session, or at least the full text of them, so that they could try to sort of sneak through. People are nervous about this one because the language and everything is up front at the beginning of the session, which sort of seems to imply that they're not as afraid that it's going to get shot down, or the efforts to shoot it down will be successful. So that's a bill that we would recommend opposing. The next one is SB 98, it's local government building regulation amendments. This allows developers to hire private inspectors, plan reviewers, in order to sort of under the belief that we're too slow as a city throughout the state in our reviews of buildings. And so the feeling is that that would be something that would help that process along. While I can see there are some things that I'm a little concerned about, overall, that part of it's not too bad. On the other hand, it does also include some provisions about making it a shorter period of time for us to review residential permits, which is problematic because we already have standards that seem pretty short to us. And then in addition to that, it sort of eliminates a lot of the design standards for housing. And when I say design standards, I don't just mean color or something like that, but if there's anything about sort of type of design, in a community, if there's something about attached or detached garages or some of that, it would eliminate a lot of those. What we're hearing is that we might be able to remove the portion about the design standards for housing and stuff if we're willing to be accepting, again, this municipality statewide, of the shorter timeframes and stuff. So overall, this is a bad bill. I believe there's sort of a belief that some version of this will pass. Our hope is that it's a much better bill than this, because right now it's a real stinker.
Matt, just to correct, that's House Bill 98, right?
Oh, sorry.
Representative Ray's running it.
Thank you. The next one I wanted to cover is HB 82. Oddly, this is probably the bill I have heard the absolute most about. Representative Ward has made it to a variety of different groups and things in order to talk about this bill. The general gist of it is that if in any zone that allows for ADUs, accessory dwelling units, if it's allowed, then it would allow as a permitted use internal ADUs. So imagine the owner lives on the top floor and the basement is another apartment, and would require that the homeowner be in that house so that there's only the one additional ADU, and so it's not two rental units, just one. It right now would make it so that it removes most land use restrictions for the ADU. So it wouldn't allow you to go through and say, prohibit it because of parking restrictions, number of inhabitants, a variety of sort of the normal land use things that put restrictions on different types of land uses. It removes a lot of those. The sponsor's view is that no homeowner would allow for a bad tenant to be located if they actually live there too. And so a lot of the concerns about people parking in bad ways or whatever wouldn't come to fruition. The other thing, there's nothing right now that sort of prevents it from becoming an Airbnb situation. And I think the general gist that we have or from our staff and the league is that the big problem here is it's the preemption. I've brought up in the meetings that we know our neighborhoods better than the legislature. And if there are specific problems, narrow streets, not enough space, whatever, we'd be the ones who would better be able to regulate that and determine if an ADU is going to be able to go there. What I heard back from one legislator was that he was tired of cities whining about preemption. And he said that we hide behind the state when it comes to housing because we don't want to take the big steps ourselves. So it was a real positive conversation. Anyway, so preemption, bad. But, I appreciate the attempt to try to find a way to resolve some of our affordable housing issues.
Hey,
The next
Matt,
one.
This is Quinn.
Yep.
I just think there's a fallacy in their position of saying, hey, you're not, if the landlord lives there, they're not going to let bad tenants be there, right?
Right.
I think all of us can probably look around in different situations and neighborhoods and say, there's a problematic home and they're already renting out a bunch of rooms and there are parking issues and they don't care if the tenants are problems as long as they get their rent. So, if now we allow these ADUs to go in certain situations, I think it's going to compound some of those problems. There will be some good ones, good tenants, no problems, but the ones that are problematic, I think it's going to be bad.
Agreed. I think it has a lot of potential for some negativity, as well as normally we would require there to be different thermostats and things like that between the two units so that you can maintain your own temperature. He doesn't want us to be able to require that kind of thing too. So it exactly what you're saying. It just, not only are there bad landlords who might live there, but it also is creating situations for people to sort of let their worst selves control the situation too. So yeah, it's not good.
And Matt, if the state pushes this, sorry, this is Councilman Brown, but it would be on the city to enforce it, right? Like,
that's right.
Which is bogus, because this guy is just thinking, oh, everyone's going to follow the rule and live there. A lot of people just duplex out their property, right, and not live there.
That's right.
But so that's a cost on us, where we would have to either tell on our neighbors, and then you would have to send out enforcement, or someone would. So that's an added cost to the city for what,
Exactly.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's not good. Anyone else, any thoughts on that one?
It also restricts HOAs pretty, it curtails a lot of the things that HOAs can do, which I think is concerning also.
It is. I'll comment on that just because I've been in some discussion there, and yeah, HOAs are concerned, but at least the group that I'm a part of, they've said we're concerned about it, but we are willing to work with them in a cooperative manner to see if there is some language we can come up with to help, because we recognize there's a housing shortage, and that's probably similar to what we'd be looking at with the league, right? Is we know something has to be done, but there's got to be a better way than what's currently proposed.
That's
right.
That's been the league's perspective, and I can agree with that, but I don't think I've heard many solutions come out of it yet. And Representative Ward says that he's willing to listen to if anyone could come up with a way to prevent it from becoming an Airbnb situation, or how to, like you were saying, how to enforce that the homeowner's there. But no one has really come up with anything that could be put into the legislation to resolve those problems yet. Okay. HB 76 is firearm preemption amendments. Right now, the state already limits a lot of what we can do with regards to firearm restrictions in the city. This sort of restates them, But the big sort of negative thing with it is it removes governmental immunity to local governments that violate the restrictions that are in this bill. And it's not so much, if they go through and say that, we can't say no one can have, or if we wrote legislation that said no one can have a handgun, we would know that that's violating this preemption amendment, and we wouldn't do that. But the concern is every time we see the legislature remove governmental immunity on something, it just sort of, we're afraid that it'll cascade and there will be more examples of that occurring. So primarily for that reason, we have been opposed, and the league is opposed to that as well. Okay. HB 66, sheriff's amendments. This gives primary authority to the sheriff when there is a dispute with municipal law enforcement during a riot or civil disturbance. From what I hear, this is largely a response to what happened this summer, and that there was, I guess, some conflicts between Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County regarding what happened there. And so they want to make sure it's clear that the sheriff has primary authority. I guess I sort of bring this one up as just another one of these trying to restrict on what rights the city has. However, of course, we have a different relationship with the sheriff's department through UPD than a lot of other communities. So this isn't for us, it's maybe not the biggest bill, but the concept of it has some issues. HB 128 is local accumulated fund balance amendments. This is coming from Representative Winder. It increases the fund balance for political subdivisions. And so it would increase it by like 10% what we can keep in our fund balance. I guess we have a positive view of that. In large part, this is sort of the view that people had to dip into their fund balances during the COVID crisis, and the thought is that having a slightly larger fund balance would be useful if another situation like this were to occur. And then HB 174 is the municipal instant runoff voting amendments. This amends provisions for the state runoff voting, and basically says, depending on the type of runoff voting that you use, it gives the guidance on what that would require. From what I understand, Rory has been in some conversations with the county with regards to how the voting systems would work and could we actually do that, and are continuing to sort of work through that. So I know that there's been interest in this type of voting. So it's something we're following closely. We'll try to learn a little bit more about, and then see how it actually applies to what we can actually do with the systems that we have. Rory, is there anything that you'd want to add to that at all?
No, it's that Sherry Swenson just said she needed to look at their software, which is Dominion, and see if they could actually do any of the ranked choice voting. So she still needed to go through some process in order to determine whether they could do it.
Thanks, Rory.
Thanks.
So, of course, like I said, there's dozens of bills that there may be some interest in. These were sort of some of them that I think we have shown some of the most that impact us, or that either our lobbyists or the league have sort of identified as being some of the bigger bills. There's a variety of them about allowing the state to do a Medicaid waiver for services at the homeless shelter, to a bill that says that we can't limit a utility based off the source of the energy that they're generating. So, I mean, there's a whole host of other things that I'm not going to necessarily go through, but I did want to just sort of go through these really quick. A couple of things, and then we can open up for a little bit more discussion. The first is, as far as resources go, Kane and myself, we're in different areas of the legislation that's being discussed. We have different roles, but we do have some connections with legislators. And of course, if you have any questions or anything, we'd be happy to help out with those. In addition to that, Dave and Ashley are keeping track of our of bills that may be of concern to us, giving us updates on those, letting us know if there's something new that pops up that we should pay attention to. And we will continue to sort of provide that information as the session goes on. In addition to that, the Utah League of Cities and Towns, they have meetings every day at 10 o'clock to update what's going on in the session. Those are on Zoom and are intended to be pretty short. And then, of course, their website also provides a regularly updated sort of list of bills, what their status is, and what the league's position on them are. And then, of course, the Utah legislature also has a good site for being able to look up the bills. And then that's also where you would go in order to access the different sub or committee hearings and things like that.
Madeline Wolf is also shooting out a lot of emails from the Spatafores. So watch for her name.
Oh, yeah. So that's my quick run through. Does anyone have any questions?
Matt, this is Chief Larson. Would it be okay with the group if I made a comment on one of the bills? I apologize. I didn't hit the mute button when you were going over it to get to it.
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
I'll start the video here so that you can see me.
I think I got a, wait, yeah, you guys can see him, right?
There, yeah. That's House Bill 98. That one is really concerning to the Fire Marshals Association of Utah and also the state chiefs. Essentially, it is going to affect our ability to review building plans and fire sprinkler plans allowed by the applicant, because there is an opt-out clause in there that the builder can use an independent plan reviewer and building inspector. And this is something that kind of got some traction a couple of years ago with one or two cities. I think one was in central Utah and one in northern Utah that were taking quite a bit of time to review plans, only because they had one individual and the building boom just hit. And so they kind of took the Home Builders Association kind of took this and ran with it. So what this could mean is that our fire inspectors wouldn't be reviewing plans for fire protection systems or inspecting them. And so it's very concerning to us. We're keeping a close eye on it. Dave and Ashley are great to help us work. Our UFA legislative committee is watching this. So I just kind of wanted to mention that because it causes us a lot of concern.
Well, we lost a building just Sunday because of a lack of sprinkler and alarm systems. So it is very real going forward that we have this ability to make sure those systems are in place.
Yeah, it's important to keep the city's kind of participation in those type of things. It's really a check and balance system that's worked well for a long time.
That's a good point, Chief. I think if you talk to the architects and the engineers, they're not supporting this bill.
No.
They're not pushing it. This is purely coming from the home builders, contractors, to try and streamline the process. Actually, the architects and engineers like that fact that there's a check and balance. They review the plans before they submit them, and then the city building inspector and building official review the plans. Fire marshal reviews the plans. With that in place, we've done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
But if you take that one checkpoint out, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah. Thanks for letting me jump in there. Again, I apologize. I couldn't get the mute button off.
Oh, no, that's great. I appreciate it. Kane, was there anything that I missed that you wanted to cover?
No, I think you demonstrated pretty well, Matt, what the session's shaping up to be. And there are some bills, just quirky little bills, like one that wants to take your ability to require a certain level of education for positions in the city, which sounds very strange to me. But there again, it's just another shot at trying to take away local authority from you. And I think that's going to be the way the session goes. We're going to have to keep very vigilant as to how this session moves ahead, and almost, be attending almost every meeting every day to make sure that we're protected. But this is just hang on. This is going to be a strange session.
All right. If there's no other questions or comments, we can move on.
Thank you, Matt. That was a good run over of all of the bills that affect our city and many other cities. We'll look forward to feedback from our lobbyists and city administration and others that get involved in the legislation. Okay, next on the agenda, Julie Harvey, our emergency manager, to discuss emergency operations plans. We always love discussing it rather than having to live through it. So, Julie, take us away.
Hello, City Council members and Mayor and everybody. I hope everybody is having a good new year so far. And this is a short presentation on the proposed new Midvale City Emergency Operations Plan. Next, Rory.
Oh, thank you. See if I'm doing this right. Goodness. Okay, well, okay.
All right. So this is what I'm going to discuss. Just the purpose of the plan, how the plan was developed, and what's in the plan. Next, Rory. Okay, the purpose of this plan, it outlines actions to be taken by Midvale in cooperation with other agencies, Salt Lake City, the state of Utah, federal agencies, and private organizations such as Red Cross to respond to emergencies or disasters, to enhance life safety, protect property, and stabilize the incident. So this is the way we developed the plan. We reviewed the previous Midvale Emergency Operations Plan and other local municipality plans. A little side on this, right as I got here, there was a draft of a plan that was presented. And so this built on that and changed it up a little bit. And so I reviewed the current federal guidance on emergency operations planning. There's the titles of them. And I researched, and then after I did that, a lot of plans are boilerplate and they don't really apply to what the city can actually do. And so I researched the capabilities and talked to all of the different departments about what they were capable of. And then I reviewed, and also in doing it, because it deals with the hazards in the area, the Salt Lake County Hazard Mitigation Plan, the multi-jurisdictional plan, we had just finished that, and you all adopted it last May. And so that was reviewed. And then after I put it all together, I sent it out to the staff for review, and I got a lot of input back on that, and then worked it and then reviewed it again. And now I'm presenting it to you, the city council, for review, hopefully prior to adoption during the next city council meeting. So how is it organized? What does it contain? Well, there's three parts of it. The basic plan, which is discusses overall requirements that FEMA says that people should have in their plans. It talks about how the city is organized. It talks about how the Emergency Operations Center would be organized. It talks about the capabilities of the city. And then there are functional annexes, which are the annexes that outline actions that would be taken if a emergency or event happened, if there was some reason to respond to an event. And then part three is the hazard annexes, which are a lot of that did come out of the hazard mitigation plan, because it talks about the things that could go wrong here in Midvale. And then at the end of that annex, after you discuss what could go wrong, it sends you back to the functional annexes because if you have to do sheltering, you would go back to the functional annex and look at sheltering. And so this is just a real quick overview of what the plan contains. And all of these requirements, I was quite painstakingly went through the CPG 101, developing and maintaining emergency operations plans, to make sure that I had everything that it required. And so this is all of the items that that plan required. And it's been reviewed by the city staff. And so I'm very happy that I got such good input, and it's going to be a great plan to work with. And so these are the functional annexes. So this is what kind of tells the people who are responding what the capabilities of the city are. And so, and these are all the ones that the city has that are required by FEMA. And then here's the hazards. So there should be nothing new there to you, although the terrorism and civil disturbance and the illness one, that was had to make sure that was up to snuff there. Okay, Rory. All right, so that was very quick, and so this is me, and how you can get a hold of me if, as you're reviewing it, you have some questions. I would would love to answer any questions that you have, or talk about the plan with you. And again, this is being presented this week. So the next council meeting, it will be presented for adoption. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Sounds like it was pretty thorough.
Okay, and so the plan is attached to the back of the packet. So that's, if you're going, okay, this is nice, where do I read it? It's at the back of the packet that Rory sent out.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
So we'd like the council, mayor, to review, go through the plan. We as the staff have gone through it a couple of times, and reviewed it very thoroughly, I think. But we'd like the council to look at it now, spend a couple of weeks with it, and then we'd like to bring it back at the next council meeting for adoption by the city council.
Kane, can you send that to us just as its own document? I know it's somewhere.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll do that.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I can send that out right now, Ken.
Julie's done an excellent job. We're very fortunate to have someone with her background, capabilities, experience. She's really done a great job in putting this plan together and streamlining this plan, where the plan that we had before, I thought, was very cumbersome and had a lot of things in it that we really didn't need. And so Julie's done a great job at paring this plan down and getting it to a plan that's an operational plan that we can use. And so I just have to applaud her and the work she's done with this.
Okay. Any discussion points that council would like to bring up, or administration would like to bring up outside of the regular meeting and the workshop? Any questions? All right. We'll have 15 minutes of meditation, and then we'll be back at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 7 o'clock, and I want to welcome you to the Midvale City Council meeting on this January 19th in the year 2021. I want to remind you that this meeting will be an electronic meeting without a physical location pursuant to Utah Code 52-4-207 as amended by House Bill 5002. I, Mayor Robert Hale, as acting chair of the Midvale City Council, hereby make the determination that conducting the meeting with an anchor location presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present at the anchor location. This determination is based upon the fact that the city is unable to ensure compliance with the guidelines and public health protocols mandated by the state's current risk phase. Prior to this meeting, we had a conference, a workshop going over the legislative bills that appear to be presented to the legislature that started today. And also we discussed our city emergency operations plans. I want to remind everyone that if you would like to provide public comments, please email your comments to lmagness@midvale.com or comment on the Midvale City's Facebook page prior to the completion of the public comments portion of the meeting. You may also submit written comments to the mayor or city council on a specific agenda item for public comment. These comments will be read aloud at the meeting and will be part of the public record. So again, I want to welcome everybody. And Chief Thomas, you are Johnny on the spot, and we're going to ask you to present your flag. Let's all stand and repeat our commitment to the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we'll next have a roll call by our city recorder, Rory Andreessen. Would you see who's in attendance, please?
Yes. Councilmember Heidi Robinson.
Here.
Gettle.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Sperry.
Here.
And Glover.
Here.
Great. Okay, our first report will be from Unified Police, Chief Randy Thomas, followed by our fire chief. Where are you? Oh, there, Brad. Brad Larson. Okay, let's proceed in that order. Chief Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and good evening. First thing I want to touch on, I want to thank Councilman Bryant Brown for giving me a text the other night and just asking for a quick update on the potential civil unrest briefing that I attended up at the Capitol. Friday evening, they had a Zoom meeting with well over 100 participants from across the state of Utah representing public safety services. And this was in coordination with Commissioner Jess Anderson and their plans to keep our state capitol safe and secure, not only for the weekend, but the upcoming weeks with the legislative session. They had a debrief Sunday evening, which I attended, and all went well up there. There were a couple of small groups as well as quite a few probably non-organized looky-loos that were just seeing what's going on up there, but all was peaceful. And that's what we pray and hope happens to continue as we go through this political process over the next few weeks. I want to mention that this last weekend was Officer Doug Barney's anniversary of his being killed in the line of duty. And just if you don't recall, the specific call he was responding to was a simple hit and run that just occurred in the city of Holiday on a very quiet morning. And that highlights that no call, no matter how mundane it may appear, we don't really know what we're going to get into until we get there and we secure the scene. But God bless Doug Barney and his family, and hope he rests in peace. Holiday City did quite a few really kind of unique and polarizing community events, and they backed their blue up there and made a really good showing. So it's great to feel that kind of warmth, not only just for the city of Holiday, but all of UPD. And we definitely mourn his loss. I wanted to mention, if you haven't noticed, over the last few days, we've had significant congestion on northbound State Street in the middle of the day. That appears to be just due to the I-15, the nighttime as well as the daytime work being done on I-15. I think a lot of the northbound traffic is getting carried over to our State Street corridor. It's moving. I don't think the Traffic Operations Center can or should do anything at this point. I am thankful that we're on dry roads and hope that they get everything done before the roads get congested. I could only imagine the nightmare that Public Works and UDOT would have if that kind of traffic congestion had to go over these roads when they were not plowed or cleared properly. So we'll keep our fingers crossed, and hopefully, as usual, I-15, the progress continues. I want to just thank Glenn. He and I have kind of been tag teaming the pedestrian sign over at Union Park in Fort Union. It's still sitting over in the dirt, and I finally got a hold of Salt Lake County, and they've advised me that all pedestrian crossing signs and lights are active and working, and it's just a sign from a previous crash or our pedestrians are safe. I'm not really sure what kind of sign it is, and we just found that out this evening, so I forwarded that information to Glenn, and he's going to give Roland a call, and I think they'll go up there and take a look at that. And it's not a safety concern at this point. My main concern was the pedestrian crossing, and it looks like we've looked at that and we'll address it. Just want to mention too, and thanks for Julie Harvey. She did a great presentation on these emergency plans. I know those FEMA plans are very well thought out and coordinated, and having been a part of a few FEMA events, it's good to know that we've got all our ducks in a row for something similar to that. I was going to mention the fire, but I'm going to let Chief Larson go over that. The fire we had Sunday morning was hats off to our firefighters that fought that battle for, I would say, over a day. It's incredible. The officers on scene reported back to me, they were fascinated by the professionalism of our UFA firefighters, along with those assisting agencies. The last thing I want to mention is we're trying to push out the SafeCam program. And just today we got our stickers in, and I don't know if you can see that very well. That's a residential sticker. It's 2 inches by 3 inches, so it's smaller in design, and it's designed to go on glass, so it'll be clear. It won't be white. And that's a commercial sticker that we got. They're both the same, just a larger. UPD is going to get the registration on the website. It's going to be a very simple registration. Then we'll start pushing those out, not only to commercial, but residential in the area. When Kane and I met earlier this afternoon, we had an interesting conversation. We both happened to get stuck watching a documentary where they cited, and as an example, used door camera on a successful prosecution of a triple homicide. And that's the kind of, if we need to reach out and grab camera footage, the cooperative effort and, community action we look for, that's kind of what we're looking for in this process. So we've kind of hit the quick button on this. It's coming out fast. We should hopefully, once the website's up, we're going to push out some more information to Laura Magnus, and hopefully she can blow up Facebook and we can get these stickers and cooperation out quite immediately. That's all I have to report tonight. Does the council or mayor have any questions or concerns?
I just wanted to also extend a vote of thanks to the UPD officers that assisted the fire department around that fire. They had everything under control. Pylons, turn lanes were all closed off, and it was just allowed the fire department to do what they do best in a peaceful and safe atmosphere. So I want to extend thanks to you, Chief, to your folks that worked up there.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hey, Chief.
Okay.
Were you did you get into the Facebook discussion, or at least see it? A lot of people discussing the traffic through Allen Street, 7th West and Ivy, and then Allen and Ivy.
Yeah, I didn't post there, and I won't post there. I
know
do
you
monitor it.
Okay. Just wondering if you saw some of the speed concerns, especially at the new light there at 7th West and Ivy.
I did. I can't say that I've seen that light cause an increase or decrease in traffic. I know that the crash that people sent pictures of where a vehicle was overturned, I did bring up that crash report, and that was not speed related. It was a vehicle that blew through the stop sign. So I have monitored that. We are going to put our stealth detector up there, and what that is a pole mounted. It just looks like a box. We pulled it out and mounted it last week, and I think either the cold weather, the battery is not holding up like we need. So we've ordered a new battery, and it's due at the 1st of the month. It's not going to come right away. But what I want to do is provide in essence, some realistic statistics regarding not only speed, but traffic volume along there. And that may help drive some other decisions, or even if it's a certain time of day, enforcement actions. If we put out speed trailers, or even if we put a patrol car to do speed enforcement, they're both very visible and we get compliance. So it's really kind of a false, a false number, or even parking a police officer there. It's just not it'll slow it down temporarily. So I am looking for at least some kind of statistics that might help drive some decisions in the future.
Okay, that's great. I think as long as the folks who were active in that discussion know that we're at least looking into seeing if there's a problem, or come up with some stats to show that there is no problem other than a few isolated incidents.
Yeah, there's the problems that come through randomly. And if we can target, if it's specifically one neighbor, one car, we could definitely do that. And that's where a plate or a time of day where, it's either someone coming or going from work is far more efficient for us to look at. We'll definitely do that. We don't need to wait for anything on that, but I am monitoring that as usual. I do, look at the community concerns on the Midvale resident page is just one of the media posts.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You bet. There are no more questions. I'll let Chief Larson take over.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief.
Great. I'd really like to echo the mayor's comments on UPD and their help with this fire on Sunday. Controlling the traffic and the other things that they do to support us in our operations. They've always got our back, and we just really appreciate them very much. They're very professional and they do a great job. And Glenn, I believe he had an individual or two out there making sure that our water supply, that was maintained, and we just really appreciate all the support. I had our quarterly report for the last quarter of 2020 ready, but so much on this Fire Sunday, talking to Kane, if Mr. Mayor and City Council let me, I'd like to speak to that for a little bit and give the quarterly report perhaps on our next council meeting, if that's okay.
That's fine.
You know, the Fire Sunday at the Union Center was just tragic, and that's an understatement. Fires like this have an immeasurable impact on the livelihoods and the economy for the city, sometimes the environment, but really, I think more importantly, such a huge emotional impact for the building owner, the business owners. I think there were over 15 that were affected by this, and then the employees and their families. It's long-term and you can't measure it. And I just really, my hearts go out to them. I spoke to the owner and she's remaining positive. We just really hate to see things like this happen, but they do. The call came in at about 9:10 a.m. Sunday morning. A passerby who had just finished a workout smelled smoke and was trying to determine where it was coming from, and finally kind of pinpointed where they thought it was, and the call came in as a smell of smoke. And of course, when the crews got there, immediately recognized that there was a huge problem. If it's okay, there's a short video prepared by our information outreach officer, Ryan Love, that will just kind of give everyone a visual of this place and what happened. And then I would like to just talk just a little bit more about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pull that up. This is the east side of the building that you're looking at here. And you can see there was a lot of smoke. This is towards the end. They're raising the ladder truck to try and bore in and hit some hot spots. This is on the west side. It's facing northeast. And that's where most of the significant damage was on that west side. Just inside the atrium. there's no way to measure the impact of something like
Elaine,
that.
I hope you're watching the close because
Oh,
I can't
excuse
take
me.
my eyes off the passion.
Let me stop that. I'm sorry.
No, I can't do this anymore.
Sorry about that. The crews initially made entry on the second floor on the east side. And they entered found conditions pretty bad in there. There was a lot of heat and smoke, but they couldn't locate the fire at that point. They kept making entry towards the west. And as they went further, they found that the fire was above them. The heat conditions got so intense inside and so untenable that they had to pull them out. And they were no longer to try and fight the fire from the inside. The fire started up in the attic. It had been going for some time and gained quite a bit of headway before any notification was given before we got there. Once fires like that start up in a concealed space like that, it's really hard to save the building. And realizing that, conditions being untenable inside, and also the construction of the roof was the open web wood truss. Those failed pretty quickly. And so to keep our guys safe, they pulled them out and decided to do a exterior attack. They moved to defensive tactics at that time, which is what you saw in the video, mostly trying to get it from the outside. The ladder operations were set up. They were placed in really good places to try and extinguish and contain the fire and protect the south building, which they did. It did sustain some water and smoke damage. The largest amount of damage was to the west half of the main building, particularly as you go from about midpoint in the building to the west. It was pretty much a total loss on the first and second floor. All of the second floor was a total loss. The first reports as to the cause are that the fire had built up in the attic for some time. Our investigators are still trying to pinpoint the exact cause of it. We're continuing our investigation, and I had a really good conversation with the building owner today. She remains very optimistic and positive. It's very tragic for them, as you can imagine, and quite an emotional toll. We're hopeful that construction and repair can occur quickly. She wants this to be continue to be just a wonderful building and asset to the city of Midvale. And we'll do everything we can as the plans and construction process go on to help make that happen. I did have some pictures, but I think the video I show is probably long enough and plenty. The fire damage is pretty extensive. I don't know what else to say other than that. And then my hearts just go out to them. Does anybody have any questions on any of that so far? Our crews did a pretty darn good job. They got there quickly. They placed the apparatus in the right place and really helped keep that south building from getting more damage, which was a really good thing. I'll just move on really quickly to COVID. We have had October to November, we had an average of 3.2 off per day for COVID. December 1st, since then, we've averaged 5.9, a significant increase. We've started our vaccinations. Out of 694 total employees, so far, all but 136 have received the vaccination. Everyone receives a vaccination. They do have a choice. If they choose not to, they have to sign a declination form and receive some counseling, make sure they understand and have questions answered. And so far, the vast majority have chosen to take the vaccination. So we're about a week away from getting our second round. We have 60 on the wait list because they tested positive within the last 60 days. We've been able to maintain coverage even with that average of 5.9 off per day for COVID. That doesn't include our normal sick time, vacation time, and long-term disability. So we've been doing pretty good at maintaining coverage for Midvale and for our other cities. As a help with the increase in our cases per day, our day staff, those would be people like in my division of fire prevention, people in the medical division and so on. We have individuals in our staff fill an operations seat for a 24-hour shift. In fire prevention, for example, we have 2 of our employees fill a 24-hour shift every week. And that helps fill the gap and maintain coverage. We're hoping the second round of vaccinations will stop mandatory staffing and put us in better shape. And as I mentioned, we're doing pretty good right now at maintaining coverage, which is really important to us. The legislature, UFA has a pretty large legislative committee. Mayor Hale's part of that. We really appreciate his time in that and his contribution. We're tracking over 30 bills right now. And it's going to be a very active legislative season. But UFA is very actively involved in making sure that we advocate for the best outcomes for our cities and citizens we serve. Station 125, they finished the seismic, geotechnical, and hazmat study. Mayor Hale may speak to that a little bit. The designs moved into the schematic phase and really happy about that. It's going to be a larger station. Dark Horse was very helpful in getting the data together to give us an idea of the size of station that's going to be needed given the growth on the west side there. And we're just really happy to see that moving forward. That concludes my report. Does anyone have a question for me?
Chief, is that building a total loss? I've seen conflicting reports about that.
Well, I can just tell you, Councilman, that the main building will probably be totally gutted and redone. I think the walls, the exterior masonry walls are sound, but that's going to take an engineer to come in and evaluate that. The south building, the annex, so to speak, quite a bit of water damage on one portion of it, but they were pretty hopeful at the beginning that they had to have that portion up and running in about 2 to 3 weeks. I think it'll be a little bit longer than that. But the other building's going to take some time.
Okay. And obviously thank your crew for us for the job they did, as I think it was the mayor who said, for over a day.
Well, I will. Thank you, Councilman. And I, you know, when something like this happens, I know all the guys take it very personal that they weren't able to do more. And, you know, you come away from fires like that feeling that way and thinking, what could I have done? But sometimes it's just you're kind of a race behind time on something like that.
When I got my first notification, it came from Chief Thomas. His folks had been notified that there was a fire there and they were sending the forces up there. And I looked out my north window. This is just 3 blocks from my house, 1 west and 2 north from where I live. And I could see a little white smoke. And I thought, well, it looks like whatever it was, they've got it under control. But evidently, as that fire proceeded to the west in the attic and then got down into that second floor, there were times when I thought there was a war going on over there. There were multiple sources of smoke, heavy black smoke coming up, and I put my shoes on, got a coat on, and I walked over there to check it out personally and talked to UPD and UFA command centers and determined that we were so fortunate. Not one injury to my knowledge.
No.
No deaths, obviously. It's only property damage. Property can be replaced. I can't remember the number of times I and my children went over to the dentist there, Dr. Berg. And then I got my shots to go to Brazil in one of those little offices upstairs. And all that's gone now. It's all history. So it was a very valuable medical resource to the south and southeast parts of the valley. And yeah, it'll probably take 2 to 3 years to bring it back to life again. But we hope that they can follow better plans. Obviously, with Chief Larson there, there's nothing going to get by them without making sure there's sprinkler systems, alarm systems, and everything else that's state of the art, not only in the building that was gutted, but in that south building too. I'm not sure what its state was, but if they need sprinklers there, Chief, I'm going to ask you to make sure they get them in there, even if it's a retrofit.
If the code can give us the authority to do it, we certainly will.
Yeah.
We're going to be looking into that very closely.
All right.
We had
Again, go ahead.
I was going to say we had, I think, over 33 pieces of equipment there: engines, ladder trucks, BC rigs, ambulances. We had help from Sandy and Murray. I'm trying to remember what other department escapes me right now, but upwards of 100 personnel and no injuries. That was a big win.
Yeah. I know Kane was up there. I think, Laura, were you up there too for just a little bit?
No, Mayor, I wasn't able to make it up there. I did get some great videos from PIO Ryan Love with UFA. So that's how I had those great videos.
Yeah, I met Ryan up there too. And many of the neighbors and business owners, or at least contacts of theirs, were standing around out in safe areas. And like Kane said, that's probably the largest conflagration we've had in Midvale in anyone's memory.
Yeah.
It was awful and magnificent at the same time. So
there's still hot spots. When I got there this afternoon, a crew had just left, and the remediation company that's in there, they see any smoke, they call our guys and they come back out. And so there's still a few little hot spots in there, and probably will be for another day or two.
Well, thank you, Chief. Please pass that on to everyone, that we are thankful that they all were able to perform their duties safely and return home to their families, and pass the mantle of hard work on to the next part of the reconstruction. But we sure did appreciate their saving the annex and the other businesses around there and the homes that were probably no more than 50 feet away, and all of the vegetation along those homes to the east. So we just really appreciate all you were able to do. Thank you very much.
Pass it on. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will open up to public comments. If anyone has a public comment, Laura, do you have any public comments that have arrived at your website?
No, Mayor, I do not have any public comments.
Does anyone else want to pass along any public comments? Seeing none, we'll now move to our council reports and begin with Councilmember Sperry.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'll express my gratitude to the Unified Fire for the great job in responding to that. I did go over there with my family to observe the response for part of the time, and it was pretty impressive to see the number of different units and cities represented that have responded. So it was great to be part of an organization that has that support. Looking forward to the, being part of the legislative session and participating with, the Legislative Policy Committee and following those bills closely that, myself and, well, probably more Kane and Matt will continue to report on, but we'll be a part of that. Glenn, thanks for responding to that issue that I emailed you about yesterday and reaching out so promptly to the resident and continuing to look at that issue. And then the last thing I have is I think that it's already been made known, but I do want to follow up. There's a property on 900 East. It was actually the property that was subject to a rezone request several months ago. Just east of Hillcrest High School, and it looks like there's, multiple cars and people living there, living in RVs and different things. So that if we can look at that, looks like Matt may have a comment, but I was told that code enforcement's already looking into that. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Great. That's all I have.
And Quinn?
Yeah.
When did you last see those issues? As of today?
Oh, yeah. They're still there. I had somebody talk to me about it just here over the holiday weekend. I drove by there. There's still lots of vehicles. It looks, let's just say it doesn't look really good, the property, let alone, the condition of the property, let alone the number of people that appear to be residing there.
Yeah, it appears it's an auto repair shop of some kind or something been set up in there. That's just my guess.
Yeah, that's the other thing brought up is that, we may want to look at, I have not looked at this issue, but I was told that, it looks like there may be some chemicals or other things that have been spilled on at least, maybe the driveway. Again, I don't know if that's accurate, but we may need to look at that because if that's the case, we don't want that running into our storm drains, once we get some wet weather.
I know Jerry's looked into that one already, and I'll follow up with him tomorrow to see where we're at on it.
Great. Thanks, Matt. And tell Jerry thanks for that as well.
Will do.
Thank you. Councilmember Gettle, please.
I wanted to thank our emergency folks, police and fire, for a busy week. Unfortunately, some issues, the fire for one, but we also had the drive-by shooting that we were all made aware of, I think just a night or two prior to that. So you guys do a great job and we're eternally thankful for it. Also wanted to thank Kane and Matt, who acted quick on a rooster that was terrorizing part of my neighborhood for an unknown amount of time.
I appreciate the kind words, but that's another Jerry success story as well.
Was it? Okay. I didn't know Jerry was involved in that, but that's good to know. And just proving that, I have a soft spot for barnyard animals, but when the code says you can't have it specifically until we change the code to say we are going to allow roosters, which I don't think any of us would advocate for. Again, thanks for getting that taken care of. You wouldn't believe how disruptive a rooster can be. It was in an apartment, I believe, running around right around.
It was a free range rooster.
Yeah, no one took credit for it. So Animal Services took credit for it and took it away.
Somebody had some real wild chicken soup out of that, didn't they?
And also, I just wanted to say on a more serious note, obviously since our last council meeting, there was pretty dark days in our history. And I do want to note that, in Utah anyway, we've been a bit isolated from those incidents, which is great. We do have people living here who emotionally have been impacted by the events that occurred in DC. So I do want to just recognize that we as a governing body, as we are a legislative body who begins every meeting with a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, that we recognize that there have been traumatizing experiences, and hopefully that's going to be in the past. Well, it is in the past one way or another, but hopefully those actions stay in the past, and those who wish to do harm to the American government remember the words of the Pledge of Allegiance that we all said as children, I'm assuming in school, and most all legislative bodies say before their meetings. Just remember those words, and hopefully some of those dark days are in the past, and we can all move together as a city and a state and a country. So, that's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bryant Brown, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do want to also express my gratitude towards the fire department, the police department. I do love that our chief he's very responsive. Every time I ask a question, I think within 20 minutes or less, he responds. And I think that's, a great leader. And I appreciate everything he does when I send some weird messages or whatever, and he just is always quick to respond. The second thing I want to mention is the townhomes on Center Street. For whatever reason, there's a lot of dog feces that ends up on the sidewalk on Center. I'm guessing the north-facing homeowners don't want to take their dogs all the way around back to the, litter box that they have created with that gravel pit. But I walked on Saturday, and there was 4 different areas, and when we're talking in the space of like 10 townhomes, like it's pretty gross to see. I don't think it's a good thing we want. I don't think something we want to project as a city. So I don't know who we need to talk to about making sure that they, those renters, have a little bit more pride in their home and clean up after themselves. But it's become pretty bad in that area. So I don't know if Matt or someone could take that away. I noticed it again on my way to city council. I came into my office to do it, and it still isn't cleaned up. And lastly, Kane, we got an email about Utopia. It says like March 18th, the finish date. Is that just finishing building the infrastructure, or is that when residents can expect to start getting Utopia?
What I understand, talking with Roger, that's when they expect to start taking signups for service on the 19th of March. There are some areas where they're still waiting on pole attachment agreements from Rocky Mountain, but the plan is as much as they can, they're going to open up MD12 on the 19th to take subscription.
Is that and so if they've got a box in their front yard, they're probably good, right?
Yep.
That it's for other people. Are
Yep.
they the ones putting cones on Center Street? Is that Utopia, or do you know what that is?
I'm not sure.
I
I
feel
saw
like
that today myself. I was wondering who that was.
and I see no one working, and I see a bunch of cones that just get plowed over. So I don't know who those cone owners are, but it's disrupting traffic, and I don't see anyone working. So I don't know if we want to look into that as well.
Yeah, we'll check into that. I saw that myself today.
Okay, thanks, Kate. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll move now to Councilmember Heidi Robinson, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I too want to express my gratitude for our emergency services. It sounds like everything was handled exceedingly well. I'd also like to thank Matt for taking some time to talk with me about a building that I had some questions with, some parking issues that were coming up, and it looks like that's actually been handled. So thank you. And then, yeah.
Jerry again.
Thanks, Jerry. And then, not to beat a dead horse, but I'm really hoping we can find a way to nail down better notification for us when events come up. It seems like maybe email is not the best way to give us notice. We seem to be missed on a couple things. I'd really like to see if we could find a better way to make sure that council can be present on some of these items. I understand that things do slip through the cracks, but it seems like I've been here for a year now, and this has come up multiple times. So I'd like to see if we could get that addressed moving forward. But that's all I have tonight.
We'll definitely work on that. We talked about it in staff meeting today. and we'll come up with a better plan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Councilmember Paul Glover, please.
Yeah, it's good to be here this evening, and I echo with about the police and the fire, and good job that they do for us. Appreciate each of them, and that's probably one of our biggest duties here as the city council is to make sure those things happen appropriately. So I am really glad that they are. That's about all I have this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. In my report, I've got a lot of stuff here. I'm going to go real quick. We need to have a statement of support from Midvale Mayor and City Council for the Tax Commission so that as they perform their legislation concerning the homeless shelter cities, they maintain or improve the financing. And I know that our lobbyists requested it, and I'm wondering, Kane, if you and Lisa could draw that up, that we could pass that before we get too much further into the session and make that known.
We'll have something for the next council meeting.
Thank you. Chief Larson talked about 125, our new station, and the old one that was evaluated, and it was found that any hazardous materials that were there had already been mitigated. Our new station is going to be a large station that will eventually house 2 companies, and it is in the schematic stage right now, drawing, and will soon get going. We're looking, the bond process was passed by the board today, and I asked the Finance Committee what the time schedule would then be, and there's a public hearing, I believe it's February 16th. If that goes well, then they're looking to get the bond fund pay down to the UFSA on the last day of March. So once that money comes, we're going to be putting that into effort to get 5 stations built. Ours is the largest of the 5. And so we should start seeing some action real quick, beginning in April. And they acknowledge that everything so far is within budget. They enjoy working with our Midvale City planning area. Everything's going well with community services there. So kudos, Nate, on your crew. They like working with them. Today in the UFSA meeting, Cody Hill and Nate Rockwood both made presentations on the Main Street RDA and CDA to the UFSA board. Very professional. It's the 3rd time or 4th time that I've heard their presentation, and it gets better every time. Like I was telling them before this meeting, they're getting good enough at it that they could sell ice boxes to Eskimos. It went very well, I thought. Let's see, that may be. Oh, I got my shot today. No, it was in this arm. I can't even feel it, so I forgot what arm it was in. But it was a pinprick once, and then it was over. And so it is without consequence. It just takes a little time. I had mine at the county complex, and I guess now I will be putting in volunteer time out at Mountain America Center in Sandy to help their shuttle people into where the nurses are providing the shots. So just for your information, they're saying that the second dose may get delayed. They're talking that they are developing a waiting list so that as more shots become available, more vaccine becomes available, they will be able to call that waiting list and get people in. Any of our citizens that do not have computers or are not computer able, they can contact Aging Services at the county and get on a list and schedule. They will provide transportation for them if they do not have transportation from their own family or are unable to drive. The county is asking for any of us that want to volunteer in the vaccination effort during April, May, and June. They can use our help. I don't know what my role will be. It sounded like I'll drive a golf cart maybe, but that may be what people can do in April, May, and June. So if you're interested in giving some time, morning, noon, or night, in that effort, it's going to require lots of hands-on over the last quarter of this year, or the second quarter of this calendar year. I think that's it. I got all my notes in. So we'll go now to Kane Loader, our city manager.
Thanks, Mayor. I too just wanted to echo the appreciation for the police and fire. That was quite a scene up there to go up to that fire and see all of them into action. As Chief Larson said, I think there was 9 engine companies there, plus all the support apparatus around them. 105 firefighters. It was pretty amazing. 5-inch hoses strung for several football fields away from that building. There were some complaints about low pressure, and I said, yeah, I don't doubt that. With the amount of 5-inch hoses that were there on that building, I'm surprised we had that much water to keep them supplied. So, but they did an excellent job, both UPD at controlling traffic on one of the busiest streets that we have in the city, and then UFA. I know they had to pull the firefighters out several times because of the smoke and the heat, and the fire was just out of control there for a while. They did an excellent job. A very, very sad thing with that building. That was a very iconic building, I thought. And too bad it didn't have a fire suppression system or alarm system in it. But kudos to our public safety guys and also Public Works for their support. Without water, you don't put fires out. So got to thank our Public Works guys. I know Matt was up there. I think he was up there before I was. And it's very impressive to see those guys in action. I did send out a report on Utopia. I won't go over that. The good thing is, if you read the front of it, our subscriber overall, we're 28% subscriber. Our ratio of subscribers for the amount of addresses we passed in our residential areas, we're over 30%. I think we're 33% in residential areas. So, you know, the magic number, I remember back in 2008 when we were trying to make this whole thing work, we needed to get the 24% take rate. So I feel like we've accomplished a great deal. And the fun thing for me is Midvale was always bringing up the bottom subscriber wise, and we're now over 20%. We're nearing 21%. And I anticipate with MD12 getting built that we'll go over the 25% take rate. So just gratifying to me to see that happen after all these years, after all the hard work that many people have put into this. And I think we're over the hump with Utopia, and we're going to get it built and we're going to get paid off next. So I think that's all I have to report tonight, Mayor.
Thanks, Kane. Okay, we'll go to department reports now and ask Nate Rockwood to give us a report on the community development and the RDA report.
Thanks, Mayor. So I did want to do this really quick. We're presenting to the school board the second time we're presenting the Main Street RDA, or CDA, CRA. Right now, so I'm monitoring a council meeting with one ear and a school board meeting with another ear, which will make you go crazy for sure. The timing is coming up. I think I have time for this report, but we'll see how fast they go for my ending report in our council meeting. So if I'm late for that, you'll know why. But just to follow up on what the mayor said, Cody and I did present to UFA this morning. I thought the mayor was going to take away all the thunder there, but what he didn't say was that they actually approved that today. And so we've got that interlocal agreement for the Main Street CRA in place. They signed that, sent that over. So in 2 weeks, we will bring that back for our RDA board to approve that interlocal agreement. So that's the first one other than the city to sign that. But we are working on the school district one right now, almost as we speak. And that one looks like it's in good shape. The only other thing I wanted to add on that was the independent with the school district, they require an independent consultant to evaluate our plan and our budget for the CRA for Main Street. And that recommendation has come back and has a positive recommendations in all areas of the plan. And so that'll be a good plan that we can use with the county and with the other taxing entities. They always want to know, well, what did the county think? What did the school district think? Now we have what the school district's independent consultant thinks of the plan, which is positive. And we are still waiting to get our first hearing with Salt Lake County on the CRA. We have talked to staff several times. They have a new economic development director who oversees those, and so they're just getting up to speed. So we should have that meeting by the end of the month. The only other news that I wanted to talk about is Housing Connect did receive their tax credits for the Sunset Garden project that they are doing on Fort Union. And so we had to go through some process to make sure that that was approved so that they could get those tax credit applications in. And they did get that in and they've gotten those approved. So they're going to begin construction on that project in the this upcoming summer. So those are the only items that I have for the community development and RDA report.
Thank you, Nate. Appreciate that report. Administrative Services report, Kyle Maurer.
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep it brief tonight. Just to give you some information on what's happening in the Administrative Services departments. So in the Justice Court, just as an FYI, they've received an updated pandemic administrative order, and those come from the state level. The only major change is that our judge would need approval to do in-person hearings from the presiding judge. We did have a few in-person bench trials scheduled. Those have been moved to video hearings. So it hasn't been too much of an effect. The other thing on the Justice Court I did just want to discuss, in case you were aware of it, the KSL at the end of December had released an article about the state court clerks and some of the difficulties they've had transitioning to online hearings, and then just some of the issues with the coronavirus pandemic. because we of course mirror many of the state functions, it is possible that our judicial assistants are seeing the same issues and concerns. One of them is transitioning in-person hearings to online hearings has been difficult for court clerks around the state because they've started to play the part of an IT specialist. And it doesn't help that the system the state court system uses, which we have to use, is very difficult to use. It's probably the most difficult web conferencing software that's on the market right now. In addition, that was mentioned in the article that jury trials remain on pause, so that is causing a backlog of cases, and we are also seeing that in our justice court. And then court staff are also seeing increased workload because they are having to cover for other employees that are home due to quarantine or because they're sick. I have had many discussions with our court administrator just to make sure that the workload we're expecting our judicial assistants to do is reasonable. And she says, you know, they are very busy, but they are managing to keep up with the workload right now. As I've mentioned many times before, we have had our traffic citations had dipped during the pandemic. You know, they are starting to come back. That actually did help the court out a little bit because they were able to focus on some other areas. But it is something that we're constantly monitoring just to make sure that our court assistants know how valued they are, and we just want to make sure that they have the resources they need to do their job.
Kyle, this is Lisa. I just want to say they're doing a tremendous job. I get compliments from attorneys and defense attorneys that our court's running very well in relation to even the district court. So they deserve a pat on the back.
Yes. We are also very lucky. We have a court administrator that's well versed in all of the areas of the justice court. So if one area gets overwhelmed, she's able to step in and help out. So we are lucky there because not every court has that. In information technology, I just wanted to highlight a few of the projects that they've completed or working on. One is our new phone system went online December 18th without any major hiccups. Of course, there'll always be some issues that arise or things that need to be tweaked, but Jake in our IT department led that, and he did a phenomenal job. Just as a user, it's been really nice having a phone system that is seamless from the office to home. You don't have to forward the phone. It automatically rings where it needs to. So it's been really great. Our electronic signature software is also live. They got the last major bug worked out today. So you'll be seeing more of those electronic signature requests come through. And over time, that's going to help eliminate the need to shuffle the paperwork around. Although we like seeing the mayor in City Hall, so hopefully he'll still stop by once in a while. Our plea and abeyance automation is continuing. The same with our system needs assessment. So our contractor has sent out RFIs, which stands for request for information. So those have been sent to a number of companies that may be able to provide us solutions. And just as a reminder, really what that step is to do is just identify if there are products out there that can meet these needs. There's a couple of additional steps that would need to be done before we procure, which would be number one, secure funding. And then number two, we go through a formal request for proposal process and an evaluation. We're continuing to do upgrades to our document management system, and we are getting ready to start our grammar redaction software process. And then the Public Works cameras have been installed, so those are functioning properly. We are monitoring the Public Works compound now. In utility billing, so the journal article for January was understanding your utility bill. So I tried to explain what each of the services a resident might be paying for, how exactly that's billed and what it covers. We'll go over the dashboard in the next slide. And some of those changes I had mentioned earlier in previous updates. The short-term ones have all been completed, so I took those off. on the intermediate to long-term changes we had talked about, I just wanted to update you. So we do have a draft of our policies and procedures document done. So I am working with the city treasurer to refine that a little bit more before we present it to senior staff, and then have a discussion with you as the council later. Our meter replacement program, I am having the city treasurer work on a program proposal for that. And I am also starting to just have some discussions with potential vendors for a new payment portal. And these are just more informational. I'm just trying to gather what options we would have and just get a rough idea on cost and see if it would be feasible at some point. And then on the utility billing dashboard, as you can see, we have built a few more accounts than last December, a few more, less than 10 between November and December. That's due to new growth, and then the year-over-year changes mostly due to our takeover of those Jordan Valley water accounts. On our estimated reads, you will see they did tick up from 352 to 425 from November to December. That is actually largely due to more of those meters that we are known that are possibly going to fail. They have started to fail. So those have already been included in next year's meter change out program. But we have seen an uptick in the number of estimates we've had to do. Down here on the bottom right, you can see 370 of that 425 is due to meters that will be future swapped out. We have a few with bad registers that we'll look at changing out. And then we have some that are just, we're still unable to find, or there's some access issues. And what normally happens there is the meter is reading fine, and then it will, for some reason, not collect a read. And that's when our meter tech discovers that either the meter was buried or it wasn't where it's supposed to be. So we do proactively research those once they do come up. So they're usually resolved by the next time we do billing. In finance, we actually got some good news last week. So the fiscal year 2020 budget, the one you passed in August, did receive a Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association. The one thing I'd like to highlight here is nationwide, and I believe this does also include Canada, only 1,600 governments receive this award. To give you a comparison, the CAFR that you accepted last council meeting has 4,300 governments that received the award. I did some research, and in Utah, they only award this to 28 governments. So that includes cities, the state, interlocals. So there are a number of different entities that are eligible for the award. And this is our first award for the city. So we're excited.
Congratulations, Kyle. We're sure proud of the work that you've got exposed there. That's wonderful.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did also want to congratulate the department heads, because with this new report format, they do have to provide a lot of additional information during the budget process. So I can't take all the credit. They had a lot to do with it also. And then just FYI, the CAFR you did accept last council meeting was submitted to the Government Finance Officers Association for an award. The city has received that award in the past. And I believe we have met the criteria to meet it, but we'll find out in about 6 months. And more of just an FYI, I am working on the budget, the monthly budget versus actual report, and then our quarterly report. And those should be out this week with some staff changes, which we'll discuss later tonight. It has delayed getting that report prepped. And then, and as a segue to my last topic, I have sent out budget worksheets to the department, so it is time the budget process is starting for the city. One thing we as staff has been looking at is what possible options could we do for the budget retreat, that we could possibly have more of an in-person meeting while trying to keep both you as the council, the mayor, and staff as safe as possible. So us as staff have brainstormed some ideas. So one idea that came up was possibly doing it in the Dahl conference room, limiting the attendees. So it'd be a city council and then essential department staff. And we would do an in-person hybrid meeting with Zoom. Another idea I had was to limit the amount of time for the budget retreat so it's not an all-day item. We would move more informational budget items, such as usually I will give you a budget update for the current year, fiscal year 22 revenue projections, those type of things we would move to a city council workshop or 2 city council workshops. So that would leave the retreat just for those items that the council and the mayor would need to discuss and collaborate and to reach some consensus on to help us finish the budget process up. With that being said, the goal would be a half-a-day retreat instead of a full-day retreat. Finally, normally we would have the budget retreat in March. Last year we did do it in April due to the pandemic. Moving it to April would allow us to get some more information on vaccine distribution and delivery and what percentage of the population is being vaccinated. We can also see where COVID-19 case counts are at, if they are reducing or increasing, hopefully not. This would also give us more city council workshop and discussion time to discuss those more informational items. And then we did throw out a couple possible dates of April 7th or April 8th of possibly doing the budget retreat. So my question that I'd like some feedback on is if this is something you would even be open to, or if you have other suggestions, or if you want to just do it completely Zoom again, or maybe do a hybrid of the Dustin shaking his head, doing more of the informational items in the budget, not in the council workshops, and then a half-a-day Zoom. So definitely some thoughts would be great.
Kyle, this is Councilman Brown.
Yes.
The first thing I want to do is move towards using the phrase "mudget" as much as possible. I like that new term that you came up with, but I absolutely do not want to do Zoom from my part at all. So any of the options where I'm in person and can talk with some people, even if it's just that Dahl conference with the limited attendees or whatever, that's what I'm in favor of. I think we can do that safely, but I can't do another one of those retreats where I'm on the Zoom side.
Okay.
I agree with Council Member Brown. Absolutely. I don't want to do it on Zoom at all. And I completely support the use of mudget.
Yes.
I just want to echo what they said about mudget. And I, of course, no Zoom. We were under different circumstances, I think, in 2020, and Zoom was pretty necessary at that point because nobody knew anything at that point. So what we know now, I think we could do it in a very scaled back version, half day, essential people only, and the Dahl Conference Center, the Matt Dahl Conference Center is big enough to accommodate, putting people far enough apart to socially distance. So I think we're good to go. I like the idea of moving it to April, mostly because still everything seems to be very, very, very tentative in March when we initially discussed things. So moving it back even 2 or 3 weeks, I think will probably help remove some unnecessary discussion and maybe some redundancy as well. So I like those April dates. If you're looking for a preference, Thursdays work better for me generally than Wednesdays.
I'm good for in person. I don't have any problem with that. By that time, I should have my shots too. I get my first one Friday, so should be good.
I'm good either way, and either of those days suggested.
Great. Yeah, if you want to let me or Rory know if you have a, if it comes up, you have a strong preference on a date, let one of us know. We'll get that scheduled, and I'll work with senior staff to refine the schedule a little bit more. And that's all I had tonight, Mayor.
Okay, so if you got a budget, does that mean we have a wudget and a quudget and a yudget?
Well, it does feel like budget until about May when it actually finally gets solidified together.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thanks.
your going over all of that with us.
Sure.
Okay, we'll move to our public hearings next. And so I'll entertain a motion to open up our public hearing.
Mayor, I motion we go into a public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to open up our public hearings. Any discussion or questions on the motion?
Hey, Mayor, this is Councilmember Sparrow. I don't have any comments on that, but just going back to that, the dates of the retreat, I just pulled up the Canyon School District. Those 2 dates are during spring break, so I don't know if that impacts anybody's plans. So anyway, but no comments on the motion.
Okay, Kyle will take those notes into consideration on that date choosing. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, we are now in a public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the fiscal 2021 general budget and other funds as necessary. Kyle, we're back to you.
I think Mayor is supposed to call it a budget. I've just got a brief presentation. We did go over this in the discussion last council meeting, but in case we have anyone watching that didn't see that, this will at least give a high-level overview of what the budget amendments are proposing. So the first one is funding merit increase, career ladder, and hazard pay for the employees. We do have some minor CARES Act project adjustments as we finish those projects out. That is covered by CARES Act funding. One thing we discussed last time, I wasn't sure if it was clear the way I presented it, was the way our auditors, and we did agree as staff, we weren't able to recognize our June 30th revenue we received of about $987,000 as revenue. So it is getting recognized this year, which is why it's up here in the revenue or sources of funds. And then most of that is going into fund balance. That's one thing we'll need to discuss at the retreat. We may have to have some discussion sooner than that. So as far as the county and the federal government's concerned, that $963,000 was allocated to public safety. It was a allowed cost under the CARES Act. So it has been reported as reimbursing for public safety costs. However, we don't necessarily have restrictions on how that money is to be used. So that's something we are planning to discuss with you in the future. And then just as a reminder, so the fund balance, pulling from fund balance, we had set aside about $156,000 to fund these merit increases, career ladder, and hazards pay. So there is still some money left that wasn't used for those. In capital projects, it's fairly straightforward. The first is a transfer from the general fund where the CARES Act money was recorded as revenue. And that's to cover some CARES Act project adjustments. The main one for that is the LED sign in front of City Hall. We didn't put a budget in for that with the first budget opening because at that time as staff, we weren't sure if that project was going to be able to be completed by the December deadline. The other major one is an increase in the budget for the community center and the Bowery to complete that project. The majority of this additional cost was due to some unforeseen circumstances when they were repaving the parking lot and some additional cost involved in remediating that so it'd be able to be repaved. excuse me, and the water fund, as we discussed last time, the main one is with the refinance that was that finished last month. We do need to recognize bond proceeds from that, and then a corresponding debt service expense to recognize those bonds that were refunded. The difference between those two is our savings we did see in our debt service payments for the year, which went down here to cover the Jordan Valley Water Vault project. Glenn had presented a couple council meetings ago, and then increased the meter replacement budget by about $20,000 to cover some larger meters to get replaced with the meter replacement program for the year. Some other things of note: we were receiving, with one of our bonds that was refinanced, debt subsidy from the Internal Revenue Service. This amount was actually going down every year due to federal legislation. We were also paying a higher interest rate. So overall, we are saving money, but we are losing that revenue stream. And then the water user charges, that is funding the merit increase and then part of the water, Jordan Valley Water Project. The water and sewer storm funds, the sewer just sees a small user charge increase to cover the merit increases, and their revenue has been exceeding my budgeted projections. Stormwater is the same as water, where we have to recognize bond proceeds for the refinance bonds. So there's a corresponding debt service out. And then the merit increase was funded by the debt service savings for the year. And then there's a little bit that's decreasing our fund balance usage. So we did see some savings from the debt service payments. In the street lighting fund, there's just a small increase to cover the merit increase, and that we have been seeing better than expected revenue in the street lighting fund. And then in sanitation is the same thing. The only thing is our dumpster rental fees have been higher than they had been in years past. And I think that's because with people home during the pandemic, they rented dumpsters to do some cleanup projects. In the fleet fund, to fund the merit increase, career ladder, and hazard pay, I went back and charged all of the departments for their portion of that. So that's the revenue coming from other departments. And then the information technology fund, they are seeing a transfer from the CARES Act fund if these amendments are approved. And that actually is wrong. It should be the CARES Act projects, not the merit increase. There actually wasn't one in this fund. So that's the typo. It should be for the CARES Act funds. And that's all I have, Mayor, before the public hearing.
Thank you, Kyle. Do we have any comments or questions from the council?
Kyle, is there any way to look into, I noticed you have the signature, whatever, electronic signature is active now. Is there a way that we could implement that just with the stuff that we council members have to sign, at least temporarily throughout COVID restrictions? Because having to come into the office, individually, 5 or 6 of us, including the mayor, to sign the same document. I was just thinking if we could use that electronic signature system on those proclamations and those documents could save some effort from us.
Right. That you actually, as the council, are one of the main reasons we wanted the software. I would need Rory's input if there are things that they actually need a manual signature for, but I believe a lot of the items you will need to sign can be done through DocuSign.
We can do that through DocuSign, Dustin.
Okay, even like the proclamations that we do from time to time.
Yeah, it'll be more of a PDF, but which is what I have to upload, but we can see
Okay.
that.
All right, that's good. That's exciting because I know it's probably a hassle for you to try to track us all down.
But
to get all signatures.
Pile up a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Thank you both.
Any other questions or comments on this amendment to our general fund or other funds? Laura, were there any public comments? to be used in this hearing?
No, Mayor, I do not have any public comments at this time.
Does any of the council have any public comments they'd like to add? All right, I'll entertain a motion then to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any comments or questions on this motion? Seeing and hearing none, all in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, we are closed. Now I'll entertain a motion on resolution number 2021-R-04A, or maybe it's just 04, a budget appropriation resolution.
Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution 2021 R04, a budget appropriation resolution amending the general fund, capital projects fund, water fund, sewer fund, stormwater fund, street lighting fund, sanitation fund, fleet fund, and information technology fund of Midvale City for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions on the motion? Okay, Rory, would you ask the questions, please?
Yes, Councilmember Sperry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
and Gettle.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to the consent agenda to consider the minutes of January 5th, 2021, to consider an 18-lot final subdivision plat for Jordan Heights at View 78 project located at 752 West Bingham Junction Boulevard, to consider a 10-unit final condo plat for Phase 1A of the Jordan Heights at View 78 project located at 8395 South Iris Lumi Lane, and to consider a 10-unit final condo plat for Phase 1B of the Jordan Heights View 78 project located at 741 West Sky Mirror Lane. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this consent agenda. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? It's 4 items.
Mayor, I did want to comment just about the View 78 project, just so other council members are aware. We were presented this subdivision as starting in the 250 range, which all of us kind of were happy and agreed that that was the type of price range we needed for this project. In the ensuing months, however, I did notice when they put up their sign, it did say starting in 250, which is what they told us. That sign's now changed and it says starting from the high 200s. And it's just a supplemental email that I received last week about the project confirmed that they're definitely looking more towards the 300 range due to what they called unforeseen construction costs and some issues with just building in that difficult area. As we know, the lot back there obviously does not come without its own problems. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that. I know it's not necessarily related to the consent agenda subdivision plats, but for that project in general, a little bit disappointing news over the past few weeks back there.
I know one of the problems that the building industry is facing is just getting labor. And they may have to pay more to get people to come and literally do what they promised to do. I don't know if that's their issue. I'm sure it's part of it, but
hopefully they'll come back and address it with us, or we can talk to them about it as well. Cause I specifically have, talked in council meetings about that 250 price range, and we agreed, they agreed, everyone agreed, and we all kumbaya'd around the campfire over 250, but not looking to be the case.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Again, any questions or comments? Rory, would you ask the question then? You're muted.
Thank you. Sorry. Councilmember Glover,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
and Sperry.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next item is an action item to consider resolution number 2021 R05, a resolution confirming the mayor's appointment of Kyle Maurer as the finance director for Midvale City. Kane, help us through this just for a brief moment. You're still muted, Kane.
I forget that every time. Thanks, Mayor. With the departure of Alan Hackett, who held the title of finance director, it's become necessary that we appoint a new finance director. And according to state code, that we're required by law to have a finance director appointed for the city. We've discussed this with Kyle Maurer, our administrative services director, and basically left it to him to come up with some ideas for moving ahead. And he's decided he's very well qualified, as you all know, to fill that position as finance director. And so we would recommend that that the mayor appoint, with your advice and consent, Kyle Maurer to the position of finance director. He is also looking to do some reorganization or some organizational changes in the finance department, adding more responsibilities to the city treasurer, and to hire an assistant finance director to work under him and help him with a lot of the duties. But I can't think of a more qualified person to hold the position of finance director than Kyle Maurer. Kyle also took this before the audit committee back in January, on January 5th, and received the support of the audit committee. I would recommend that the city council move ahead and approve this resolution appointing Kyle Maurer as our finance director. Any questions?
Kane, is this one that would require us to suspend the rules?
Yeah, it probably would, because we haven't discussed it. You're right.
Okay.
Kane, is it? Oh, go ahead, Quinn.
I was going to say I'm fine with that because Kyle's great. I'm not opposed to him at all. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of time to solve this problem with the departure of Dallin. We didn't get a lot of notice of him leaving, and so we're kind of pressed for time to get this done.
Kane, I've always been a little confused about this particular position because it overlaps so much with what the administrative services director, a new position. We didn't have that position technically before Kyle. It was different. It wasn't an assistant city manager position over administrative services.
Right.
And then there's the treasurer, and then there's what Dallin did before he left. Was Dallin's job finance director, or did he?
Yeah, under Laurie Harvey, when Laurie Harvey was the assistant city manager over administrative services, he functioned as the finance director. She did have oversight because of her background and her expertise. She did have oversight, but she promoted Dallin to that position of finance director. Kyle's got a little bit different way to approach this, I believe, and I actually like it. I think it's going to, in the long run, be beneficial for the city to operate this way. He's looking to hire somebody that has a financial background. Kyle, you can jump in here where you need to. He's looking to hire somebody that has that financial background, accounting background. It can do the yeoman work, where Kyle will do more of the upper level oversight over the budget process and the finance department.
So in the end, statutorily, we have to have someone whose title is finance director, right? Okay. So it's not that Kyle's getting his job that he does now plus the job that Dallin used to do and expected to, be one functioning employee doing the job of what was 2 full-time employees.
Yeah, the other option we had was to go out and find someone that could fill that position of finance director. Like I said, I don't know anybody better qualified than Kyle to do that position. And he feels like if he has support from another accountant or somebody that has experience in accounting, that he can easily handle the finance director position along with administrative services. The other good thing that, and the reason that Matt and I are going along with this, is the fact that he's got some very good people in his management positions in both IT. You just heard the court is very well run with our court administrator. He's got some very good people under him, and so we're very confident that he can make this work.
Okay, and then so we're absorbing Dallin's former salary into, hopefully anyway, a bump for Kyle, but that's between personnel folks.
Yeah, we'll look at that.
And then also hiring an assistant finance director who obviously would be at less of a salary than Dallin used to make. So we're either going to break even or come out a little bit less than what we had.
Yeah, I think Kyle's plan is we will actually spend less on personnel costs, and he's got some other plans to use some of that money to help with other functions in his department.
Okay, and last thing, I promise. I just want to make sure that it's something that Kyle wants to do and isn't feeling that he needs to do, and therefore will get burnt out. And just want to ask, I guess, delicately, Kyle, if that's the case, if it's definitely something you think you can handle without the associated burnout of taking on more responsibilities. Because from our perspective, I can speak for myself, maybe the other council members, it sounds like you have a lot of horseshoes in the fire. I don't know what that phrase is, but it sounds like you do a lot already, and just want to make sure that you're comfortable with the additional responsibilities.
I am Councilmember Gettle. So this was my recommendation. So both Kane as the city manager and then Matt Dahls, the assistant city manager, asked me to come up with some reorganization ideas. There were a couple of things I was attempting to accomplish that I had seen as an issue with Dallin. Dallin did a great job and he did nothing wrong in his position, but I did see, as you had mentioned, there was overlap between my position and his position, and there were times we were never in a disagreement on who would do what, but we did have to have those discussions because our job descriptions did overlap in some areas. I also wanted to flatten the org structure. The prior org structure had Dallin only supervising one person, which I don't know if that's the most efficient way to supervise, because when I give information, it had to flow through 2 people before it got to the people that actually needed it, especially to service the residents, if it was anything dealing with the residents. Regarding the finances on it, the goal was to break even. Some things I wanted, a couple pain points in the finance department is always the budget process and the CAFR preparation process. Those are like the two pain points in finance. So I was looking for technology to help make those processes better. Because right now, as I think I've mentioned before, the CAFR is literally a Word and Excel document that's hobbled together. And then if you make a change, you're having to spend half a day to go through and make all the changes. And the budget process right now is just cumbersome. So it's looking for ways to make it more efficient and easier for the departments to get their data in. And then another thing I would like to do, which, Dallin had some great certifications. He had fraud examiner certifications, but he really never had the time to go do those internal audits that were under his job description. So I do also want to fund some professional services money to have an independent auditor come in and do some spot audits. I would of course work with the audit committee on what those would look like and who we'd hire. But those were kind of the overarching reasons why I proposed this reorg.
Any other questions?
All right. I'll entertain a motion then on 2021 R005.
Mayor, I
move-
suspend the rules and approve resolution 2021 R05, confirming the mayor's appointment of Kyle Maurer as the finance director for Midvale City.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. And one last opportunity. Anybody have any questions or comments on this motion? Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes. Make sure I'm not muted. Councilmember Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Barry,
Aye.
and Glover.
Aye.
Thank you. The second action item is to consider resolution 2021-R-06, authorizing specific city employees to make changes to the city's public treasurer's investment fund, or PTIF, account. Kyle, what is PTIF?
We have a investment account with the state treasurer that other governmental agencies in the state also are a member of. Back in 2018, you as a council authorized both Dallin and then the treasurer at that time the ability to make changes to the account. So this would be to add or edit users, make other direction. I've listed them out in the council write-up on exactly what this would authorize. Basically allow us to make changes to the PTF because right now we don't have anyone that can. So the recommended motion would be to allow myself and then Dave Stenquist as our city treasurer to be able to make those changes.
Quick question. Do we need to specify the specific people rather than just the job titles, so that if anyone were to leave, and neither one of you, that we wouldn't have to necessarily do, this kind of motion resolution each time? We could just say, these are the two positions within Midvale City that can do this, and not necessarily tied to Kyle or Dave.
Unfortunately, the state does require individuals.
Well, darn it.
Yeah, that just means we can never leave.
True.
One question is, do we have any checks and balances on this to get an okay before this is done, or do you guys just decide?
On who actually does the changes, or just more of a transactional question of like what happens when we do transactions?
Yeah, like if you're going to close an account or open an account or change whatever you're doing, I mean, is there any checks and balances on to make sure that that's what the city needs, or?
That that would involve between myself and the treasurer. So for example, if I wanted to open up a PTIF account, I would need to consult Dave about why that's needed, because he would need to be the one to track it. And then also we have additional reporting we do to the Money Management Council. On the flip side, if Dave opened an account, somebody in accounting, right now it will be me, but once an assistant finance director is hired, that person would be the one to have to set the account up in Cassell and to track it and to reconcile it. So there are checks and balances within the finance department. It will be better once we have that assistant finance director, because then you have a third layer there.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Comments? I'll entertain a motion then.
Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution 2021 R06, authorizing David Stenquist, city treasurer, and Kyle Maher, administrative services director, to make changes to the city's public treasurer's investment fund PTIF account.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on this item. Any questions or comments before we take a vote? All right, Rory, ask the questions.
Okay, Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Gettle,
Yes.
Barry,
Aye.
Glover,
Aye.
and Robinson.
Aye.
Thank you. Our penultimate item on the agenda is a discussion item to discuss rental lease license enforcement process map. Nate, would you help us with that?
He said we're supposed to wave at him because he's also in that other meeting right now.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There he is.
Hey.
I wanted to see if you were going to actually wave. The meeting is still going on, but Cody has it handled for now. So I'll probably have to do his part of the RDA meeting next, which will be fine. So this item is just a discussion item. We wanted to come back to council. Within the city code, all residential rentals require a business license. This is a practice that was put in place several years ago to help identify rental properties, also to encourage rentals to go into the Good Landlord program, which does a lot of good for the city in terms of some of those requirements that that landlords who participate in that program do in terms of how they do background checks, how they maintain their property, how they treat their tenants. Those are all good things that come out of that program. Having business licenses associated with all of the rentals helps the city steer homeowners into that program. And then give discounts on those business licenses, so to incentivize them into those as well. We go through and as the city staff go through and enforce the city code, obviously. The reason why we're bringing this back is just to make sure that council understands the code and understands the process that that we're going through. Through looking at property tax records, we can see home addresses versus mailing addresses. Sometimes that's a good indication of a rental, a single family home or a duplex that's being rented when the mailing address is different than the actual address of the house. Doesn't always mean that that's the case, but it's a good indication that that's the case. And going through those records, you know, we have a significant number of addresses that are different. And so when we look at that, we say there's probably a significant number of houses out there that are being rented that don't have a business license and haven't been following that portion of the city code. So we thought it would be good to bring this rental map back to you, just to explain. The code is set up in all sorts of different areas of the city code. So this, the 3 pages at the end of the packet here kind of say where the different elements of the code come together. But just going through the process map that's in your packet, we really start with the tracking process, where we're going through and identifying what properties may or may not be rentals. We obviously can compare that to business licenses that we have to see if they have a business license, put that in a tracking worksheet, so that we could identify which ones we may need to contact to correct that and get a business license in place. So that's a process that we've been going through now. That then leads to what we're calling the warning. And so we want to take these very slow. And so we would either through our code enforcement officer or mail, which we'll do these by mail, just mail out, whether we call it a warning or just a notice. It's really just a notice saying this property may have been identified as a property that is being used as a rental property, and then give them the city code saying that they need to be in compliance with getting a business license, outlining what that process is for them. So this first step is really, really just a notifying them that this may be an issue. And they can, hopefully through this, they kind of self-identify and will come in and get a business license. That would be the easiest way for everyone. We'll follow that up, of course, with a warning. If they haven't come back and said, no, this isn't a rental, this is somewhere that we live, and they can prove that, then that's fine, that's taken care of. If not, it goes into a warning. We'll give them a warning action, and then we'll have Jerry follow up on those. And then going through that, there's several ways that we can enforce that if they continue. If we have identified that a property is being rented, hasn't complied with getting a business license, there is a process outlined in the city code on how fines can be levied on that. There's also a process within that where if they want to contest that, they can come back and do a hearing, and that's all outlined as well. Once we go through that fine, if those fines are levied, that's still not getting them in compliance. There is an option where that can actually proceed to a prosecution phase where we can actually charge them with a misdemeanor. So that's the farthest down the road. Obviously, we don't want to get down to that point. And we want to bring as many people in compliance as we can. One of the reasons that the city had gone to a getting business licenses for rentals was that we saw that there was sort of a disproportionate level of service, whether that's police service, having to go to these rental units when they were apartments or single family. We'll put this in place. All of the apartments have come and have business licenses. Many of those kind of resisted at first, but the more they learned about the Good Landlord program, they went into that Good Landlord program, which helps, again, the property, helps the landlord, and also helps the tenants quite a lot to have good housing. And so that's what worked out very well. We would like to see the same thing happen with these single family residents. We don't necessarily have, we haven't done a full comprehensive study that says that single family residents that rent have a higher, disproportionate impact on the community as someone that's living in them. We could do some study like that, but at the same time, just the fact that we can get some of these business licenses in place and get the owners into the Good Landlord program we believe we'll get better tenants in the houses. We'll have, there's all sorts of how they maintain the house, how they maintain the yard, all of these things, which in the end up for a better community for Midvale. So we definitely see the benefit of incentivizing people to get into that good landlord program. So I just wanted to go through that process. I'll tell you the number based on these comparisons of addresses to mailing addresses. It could be in the range of 1,200 residents that would need business license. So it's a significant number. That's why we wanted to come back to council, let you know this is the process that we're going to go through. We're going to take it slow. We're going to do as much notification to the public as we can. But at the same time, in my mind, to be fair to everybody, it doesn't make sense to kind of go section by section, but it makes sense to do everything at the same time. So you're kind of not getting a pass while we work through one neighborhood to the next neighborhood. And those who get notices last benefit because they were last. Instead, we'll kind of do a blanket bulk notification process. So we wanted to make sure council is aware of that, understands the code, feels comfortable with the code, feels comfortable with the direction that staff is taking, and then let us know any questions that you have. Again, the hope is we send out these notices, a bunch of people say, we didn't realize that was the case. They come in, they figure out how much they have to pay, they figure out how much the good landlord program will save them, they go into that program, and it's taken care of. Because the other alternative is that Jerry is going to have a whole lot of house visits to do. So that's the process. I hope you understood that as I've outlined it, and as it's written out in the staff report. We try to keep it simple and reference the code so that we can kind of follow along and see how that happens. So that's the presentation that I have on this. Any questions that council has, I would love to answer.
Questions on this proposal from Nate?
I have a couple of questions just listening to the presentation. This seems like an issue that could be a real pressure point as far as people's thoughts that city government is intrusive enough. And now to come through and say, hey, we know you're renting this property, which also can already be a little startling to someone. How do you know that? And then say you need a business license. That's getting like more government involvement in people's, what a lot of people assume that they can rent their own house that they own or are making the payments on without needing to get a business license. Because it's, just because you rent your home doesn't mean you're a business. So I do have some concerns about that. Obviously, I understand why we would require it from our bigger apartment units, which are set up as a business. But, maybe some other council members have some opinions as well. But just to me, the council member up here who is himself a renter, I would assume that if I owned a home and rented it out, I'm already assuming a lot of risk in having a renter in my, my home that I have the mortgage for. I wouldn't necessarily want to invite the city government into my rental agreement. So Paul, do you have any, this seems like an issue, Paul, you would have some thoughts on.
Well, first of all, I'm glad we're doing this if we have the business license at all, because I pay it every single year. And so if I'm paying and have to do it, I want everybody to have to do it. It's not fair that just those that look at the law and follow it. I could say I would love to have it done away with, okay, that I wouldn't have to pay it. But I do believe that it's helping because I think that the good landlord, it forces you into doing the good landlord if you want to save money. So, which I think we get better renters and we get better landlords. So I'm okay with it. Again, I would be okay if they did away with it. But as long as we're doing it, we need to make sure that everybody that is actually in that category pays their fair share. Does that make sense?
It does. What is the cost generally speaking?
I can remember there's two costs. So if you go into the good landlord and you take the courses and do all that, it's about, is it $30? $20 or $30?
So there's a base fee that you have to pay, and then there's the actual fee. So if you were just paying all together the base fee and you weren't part of the good landlord, and you were new, it would be $223. If you're renewing, it would be $182. Now, if you're part of the good landlord program, the initial cost would be $150, and then the renewal would be $77. So it's pretty good discount, almost half off, basically.
It's been a while since I paid it this year, so I can't remember, but you do realize that from the city's point of view, if we have better landlords, better people there, we have less law enforcement to deal with. So there is a reason behind this, and that's originally why we did it, is because we were having so many police out and needing more and more police every year. So we figured this might help slow the amount of police that we needed to get, and I think it did.
This isn't the first time we've looked at utility or other records to see if it's being rented. I mean, we did this a few years ago for this same reason, to identify which ones were being rented and send them notice about the need for a business license and the opportunity to participate in the good landlord program for the reasons that Councilmember Glover just noted, to get them in, to try to reduce the burden on police and some of those reasons. So, it doesn't shock me when I saw it. I thought, it's probably time. We haven't done it in a few years to go through this process. And so to have something more, I guess, a more formal process in place, would help stay on top of it rather than every few years we're doing an audit and a review of it.
I don't have a problem with it. I think someone renting out their home is transacting business, and there's business licenses. I could send a list of a lot of representatives and senators that's how they make their living. If you look at their financial disclosures, so whether they rent out 1 or 100, they're making a financial gain. Just because it's a mortgage property doesn't really change that. Just like if you run a lawnmower repair business or a mortgage company, it's still generating revenue or income for someone. So even from just a practical business standpoint, it makes sense to have a business license. I don't know why we'd want anybody to go around our rules just because they own property. I think property owners are just as likely to also have to obey the rules as any other business. So I think it's fine.
Can you let us know maybe in the next presentation? Number 2, I think it'd be a good idea. It's just to do a basic overview of the good landlord program to accompany any sort of action item that we take. And number 2, let me think. Can you tell us how many single family homes are already in compliance? I would be interested to see how many people who are renting out their single family home already have a business license.
Yeah, we could do that. So I'll come back with an overview of what the good landlord program is, and then I can come back with a breakdown. I talked with Melissa today about that breakdown, and she was already starting to work on what those different numbers are. So we'll have that for the next discussion.
Okay, cool.
And we will be gentle in our notice that we send out. We won't say that we know you're renting from this address, because the truth is we don't know. We think that they might be renting, so we'll word it in a way that doesn't seem too.
And then that second tier you mentioned, if someone says, I'm not renting it, I live here. Again, just as delicately as possible, asking them to prove it, because, that can be a very difficult conversation with someone. If you're prove that you live where you live, that's very invasive as far as, my opinion. Anyway, I'd be pretty put off by that if a, city came, asking for proof that I live where I live.
Yeah, no, we will do that for sure.
Is that more invasive than asking if that's your rooster?
No comment.
Great.
Okay.
So we'll be beginning to do that, and we'll come back and give updates and let you know how that process is going. But we did just want to give you a heads up, since it is a big number. If you start getting complaints or worried citizens, that's why. So could be why. Hopefully they're not worried, but
Thank you, Nate.
thanks.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. A second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. So we're adjourned. And as soon as Rory lets me know, we'll start up our redevelopment agency meeting.
And Dustin, Jessica has mentioned that she has noticed the change in the artwork in her office.
Oh, you noticed that? Yeah, although I like her taste in horror movies, I didn't think the headlines from the Dairy News or the clown killings. At least she's watching. That's good.
It's true.
She must be having a boring Tuesday evening. I'm putting it back up if she's watching. I will leave this office as I found it.
Rory, how are we doing on getting switched over to the new meeting?
I think she left. She's out of here. I don't see her in the.
Jake, I'll
Sorry,
ask.
I
There
was
she
talking.
is.
I just wasn't on the thing. Sorry, I'm just waiting for Noah to give me the okay. He's got it switched. Sorry about that. Didn't realize I was.
Okay. So then I'm going to call the redevelopment agency of Midvale City meeting to order on this January 19th, 2021. Again, public comments can be entered on our YouTube site and by notifying. Public comments will be read into the record by the city staff during the public comments and public hearing portions of this meeting. If anyone would like to make a public comment, please send them an email to Laura Magnus at lmagnes@midvale.com. If you'd like to provide public comments, please email your comments to Laura prior to the completion of the public comments portion of the meeting. You may also submit comments if the mayor and city council open a specific agenda item to public comment. They will be read aloud in the meeting and will be part of the public record. So I want to welcome all who are tuning in and ask Rory for a roll call of the board.
Okay, board member Sperry,
Here.
Gettle,
Here.
Brown,
Here.
Robinson,
Here.
and Glover.
Here.
Great.
Okay, our second item on the agenda is public comments. And so I'm going to ask Laura Magnus if she has received any public comments concerning the redevelopment agency meeting for tonight or any item on it.
No, Mayor, we don't have any public comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments from any other source that we could add? All right, hearing none, I think we got a respell we got to do here. Other than public hearings, we got to make that public hearings, at least on the notice I have. Okay, our first item is a public hearing. I'd entertain a motion to open a public hearing, please.
Mayor, I motion that we open public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to open this public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Are there any opposed? Okay, we are in a public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the fiscal year 2021 budget of the redevelopment agency of Midvale City. Is Cody back, Nate?
Cody is in the middle of some deep housing debate there at the school board, which sounded interesting. I wish I could have weighed in, but he's doing a good job. So I'll hear later how that goes. So I'll go ahead and do this item. This is the adjustments to the RDA budget. Cody presented these during the last RDA meeting. He had a PowerPoint that went along with it, even though I don't think he showed it. So he was going to show it this time. I don't have it, so you won't see the PowerPoint ever for this adjustment. But what we're doing is making some adjustments to the Main Street area funds, increasing the professional services, adding some funds for the Canyon School District third-party consultant, adding arts-based demographic study funding there in the Main Street, which I'll talk a little bit in my next segment. We're doing some parcel line adjustments, and then CARES Act money that came in to do some of the filming that we did on public here that are going to be our public outreach. And so those budgets have been adjusted. We also adjusted some of the budget out of the professional service line into the property acquisition line to cover those two properties that were purchased, which we're closing on now. And then to increase some transfer from Bingham Junction to the Main Street RDA. So you could see the in and out of that. Also some funds that were used to refinance the Bingham Junction RDA bonds, and some increases based on the salary and benefit increases that was recommended in the general fund budget. Same amounts being recommended for the RDA staff. So those was probably a very bad summary that I just gave of all of the adjustments, but these are the adjustments for the RDA. And I can answer any questions about that if council has, or if the board has any.
Questions from the board? Okay, I don't see any, so I'll entertain a motion.
We need to
We
open
have,
up comment.
yeah, we have public hearing.
Thank you so much. Laura, are there any public comments on this action item?
No, Mayor, no public comments.
Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion on it.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Comments or questions on this motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Yes.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the public hearing is closed. So now 2021-01 RDA. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 2021-01 RDA, which adopts the proposed changes to the fiscal year 2021 redevelopment agency budget.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions on the motion before we take a vote? Hearing none, Rory, would you ask the question?
Yes. Board Member Gettle,
Yes.
Glover,
Aye.
Sperry,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
and Brown.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll now go to the consent agenda, where we will consider approval of the January 5th, 2021 minutes. I'll entertain a motion, please.
Mayor, I motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this consent agenda. Any questions or comments on this motion? Rory, would you ask the question, please?
Yes. Board Member Glover,
Aye.
Sperry,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown,
Yes.
and Gettle.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, our final item before adjournment is a discussion item on the Main Street Art House. Okay, Nate, as promised, here's your time.
All right, this is my favorite topic to talk about, which is public art and Main Street revitalization. I am going to share my screen. And you tell me if you can see a big screen that says Main Street Art House and has a picture of some art galleries.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, good. Not sure what's happening. All right, so what I wanted to talk about, when we've talked about this quite a bit, but this direction that we're recommending, moving with the Main Street CRA, and really, I want to talk about it in a big picture sort of way, and then bring it down to a small picture. And remember that we are just talking about the art house here. This is all just for informational purposes. The map here shows the Main Street RDA that we're seeking to get approval for from the different taxing entities. We've done a small area plan here, which calls for a bunch of different actions to be taken. Some of those are planning related, some of those are infrastructure related. Creating the tax increments financing is one of those. So the city has gone and created the form-based code, which will help the look and feel and maintain the feel that we want there. We've also started on the parking strategy, which will be needed. We're down the road on getting the CRA put in place, so the funding, and then we have several other, we're going to come back to council with a full toolkit of different funding ideas that we have that we want to put in place, so that as a developer comes in, or as we're trying to attract a business or retain a business, that we have a whole set of toolkits that we can use to match what that developer is looking for to get the right development to make the Main Street work. We really want all the different elements of a Main Street so that they coexist together and so that they feed each other and the whole thing works sort of organically. Typically these develop organically, but what we're trying to do is supercharge that organic development. And the best way to do that is usually with money. So we're trying to figure out as much way to dump as much money into the right development and into the right businesses that will help create this cultural area that we are seeking. When we look at the small area plan on page 7, then it says that Main Street is a hub of arts and culture. I'm not sure. It has a lot of arts and cultural elements to it now, but I think we need to continue to find ways to make it more and more a hub of that. Once those elements are there, we start to see the things like retail come in. We start to see the things like the restaurants, the coffee shops, the brew pubs, those sort of things that really start to make it this live, work, play area. So placemaking is really an important piece of that, and creating that look and feel of a place that people want to actually be. They want to hang out in. The shops thrive because you have that. The restaurants thrive. If we have activities on the street, those start to work. Everything really starts to work when you make it have a sense of place. And that's really what we're trying to do. Trying to preserve that sense that it already has and add to that significantly. So this really becomes a hub, not just for Midvale, but for all of Salt Lake Valley. And I think Salt Lake is missing places like these. I think it's a perfect opportunity to take a place that already exists like this and to make it into even more. So when you talk about that, placemaking and art really elevate the redevelopment economy, starts to transform the area. It starts to make it a cool place to hang out. I know that's a simple way of saying it. It's probably a more technical way to say that, but we are trying to make this a place that people want to be a part of. It strengthens the community. It gives Midvale a name. Depending on how we do it, it really makes it so these businesses have a wide support so that there's a whole lot of different uses that can be in there, but they complement each other. And when they complement each other in the right way, it really it turns it into well, maybe is this a place where you go for nightlife? Is this a place where you go during the day? Is this a place you go to eat after a show? Really kind of what we want is we want a mix of all that. We want kind of a good mix of activity all throughout the day, not just on a weekend or just on an event, but all the time. It's kind of a cool place to go. And people start to go, well, I like to go when it's quiet because then you can go to this restaurant and I love eating there and reading my book or whatever. And other people love to go there, after a show at one of the theaters. We have those 2 live theaters on the main street. And so that's really what we're trying to create. It's a model that I've studied across the country, really using arts and culture to drive redevelopment. And it is one of the faster growing segments of what people want to go out and do. Everything I say, of course, is under the understanding that we somehow get through COVID and people want to go out and do things again. If they don't, then we're in trouble everywhere. But we just assume that we'll have this ready to go when people start to venture out again and start to want to be social. So just examples, I put tons of pictures in here of examples of art spaces that work and that drive different elements of the community. This has exactly the same things that were on before. I just wanted to show this building because it reminds me a lot of some of the buildings we have on Main Street, especially if you look from behind them, which this building is actually from behind. The building is on a street, but this is a community art space that's built area in the back where they actually have food and everything. And I like this picture because if you see, there's a whole lot of ugly wired infrastructure still hanging over the buildings. So long as the wires aren't interfering in the ability to redevelop, people typically just somehow ignore that they're there, which is magic because they cost a whole lot of money to bury. Some of these we are going to have to bury once we get into our Main Street. They're prohibitive to what we want to do. But if we don't have to bury it, we're not going to bury it just for the look. We're going to bury it because it's needed. But I've got lots and lots of pictures of power lines going over very nice spaces that people probably think are funny pictures to take, but it's me proving it works. You don't have to spend millions and millions of dollars to get people into a certain area. And this goes against every principle I know of putting a PowerPoint presentation together, but I just wanted to throw a whole bunch of pictures onto a screen. And really what I want to say is that art does bring people out. It does connect people to their community. People want to experience these things. And this is a mix of pictures from all over the country. And I'm specifically trying to avoid showing a lot of resort communities that have art, because I know that Midvale isn't a resort community, but I know that non-resort communities have had a lot of success doing arts and culture and food. And you don't just need those outside visitors to drive it. Now, when I look at it, I'm not saying that Midvale is the driver of it. Midvale is part of it, but the Salt Lake Valley is the driver. I think we have good connectivity to the valley, and that we can really gather a lot of people on different areas. And so there are lots of examples that I draw on and go through. And, you know, some of those are, you know, Santa Fe Street in Denver. If anyone wants to look at that, was a very unused, blighted area of Denver. They decided to change it into arts and culture area with a good mix of businesses. There's still auto repair shops in there. They're more custom shop type stuff. There's a lot of vintage stores and antique stores, and then art stores. There's a lot of really good restaurants in there. They do a thing where they do first Fridays and third Fridays, where they actually, the whole community comes out and goes and visits the art that's being shown there. And they don't just do that in the summer, they do that all year round. And they tell me that they get as many people in the winter as they do in the summer. So I wanted to just show an example of, you can still do it when it's cold and it's snowing, and still people will come out if you have something for them to come out. Food trucks come to this, and it's just, there's so many people there that I think I had to stand up on a fire hydrant to take that picture, and I almost got run over. But people love it. Art on walls, art in alleyways, and restaurants that take advantage of those alleyways and things like that. I think a lot of it is, I always say, if you really want people to go a certain direction, you hang lights up above it and they'll start following those lights. But that does work. So making the alleyways safe and making them clear that they lead to places, whether that's parking or to another area of town, makes a lot of sense. So a lot of these different examples I'll always use, and I'll keep coming up, because some of them you go to Boulder. Boulder is a very good example of how to do a parking management system. The Pearl Street area of Boulder, they are a business group that mastered how do you park it and allow people to get there and redevelop and build, and it's worked out extremely well for them for the last 30 years. Another big one that I love is the Las Vegas Arts District, which is north of the Strip and west of downtown, in what anybody would consider sort of no man's land of Las Vegas. And they've turned that into an incredible arts and culture area where they had basically no land value there. And it's one of the hottest areas in Las Vegas. And if anybody goes down there, I would recommend checking it out, because it's not Las Vegas visitor centric. It's very much Las Vegas local centric. And they make a big deal that they are there for the locals, and that you're welcome to come and join them. And it has that feel. And it's amazing public-private partnership between the business owners and the city in putting infrastructure there. The first time I went there were bars on the windows. The last time I went there, almost every business had taken the bars off the windows, and you felt completely safe walking through that neighborhood. There's a lot of other ones that I could talk about. Breckenridge, I know that's a resort one, but that's one that I love. It's a main street that has a arts district at the bottom of it that's very aimed at specific art, like metalworking or block printing or different art mediums that they're kind of promoting. That one was very interesting because it was Breckenridge, all resort communities, when they're ski resorts or when they're summer beach resorts, they always try to figure out how do they fill up the off season. And so a lot of them do that with art. I was doing that up in Park City with art. Breckenridge was so successful at it that they finally got to the point where they said, we no longer want this art to be aimed at bringing more visitors into Breckenridge. We want the focus to shift so that the art is there for the locals to enjoy. And so they've gone through an interesting process of how do you change a national arts draw into a locals arts themed area. It'll be kind of interesting to watch to see how that is. The resorts always want to be a real community. Everybody else wants to be a resort and bring in more tourists and more money until you are one of those towns. And then you want to figure out, well, how do we become a real town again? And so it's always funny to see that shift. Another great one here in the middle is Windward Walls, which is in Miami, which obviously is a big giant city with a lot of tourism, but this was in an area of town that was completely blighted and completely disappeared, and it has now rebounded and is an incredible art destination. The owner of this bought a theater in Park City, and so they invited us out, and I went out and saw that. His parents used to own a zipper factory across the street from where they do all this mural art. And he was sad because they were demoing the zipper factory that his parents had owned for the last 60 years because LeBron James had bought it and was turning it into a new art center. So that's an extreme example of what art can do. Okay, so now into what I'm actually supposed to be talking about, which is the museum on Main Street. So the museum has moved and we have this vacant building here. We considered doing an RFP to get a owner or to get someone to come in and make a bid on this and buy this piece of property and put something in there. Looking at the market and understanding that there are a lot of vacancies on Main Street right now, we didn't want to necessarily take a spot that's vacant and fill it. We'd rather have them fill some of the other spots that are vacant. And so what we're really looking at doing is turning this into an art house. So what that will entail is we want to make this a community art center where we rent out booths within the building to local artists. So that those could be their studios. This would be open to the public, so the public can come in, interact with local artists, talk with them, see what they're doing, potentially buy their art. Also, areas on the walls will be open to other local artists to display their work and purchase those if they want. And then also act as an area that we can do art classes, and so it's basically this community art center open to the public. We like that it makes it so that the city continues to have ownership of that building. It's something that has a very low startup cost, so we can go in and do this fairly cheaply. It helps the placemaking of Main Street. It's not something that we would anticipate a local business putting in there. So I don't think we're competing with any art galleries or anything like that, but we are bringing sort of another amenity to the street and to the community. And then it'll keep the space from being vacant. It'll keep it occupied. And then we could still use it for rents and things like that. It really takes the right people going in there to make one of these work. So there'll be some playing around with this on getting the right people that kind of make it go. You kind of want some artists in there that want to do a little bit more and want to see it succeed. And so the hope is that we can find those people, we can give a good venue and opportunity to them and allow them to make the most of it. That's kind of a key to it. The city doesn't necessarily want to be the one holding the hand all the way along, even though this is something that we're sponsoring, but we really want the community artists to make it their own. This is, Jessica just put a picture in here. This is an event in Bozeman, Montana, I believe. So anyways, I went over a lot of these here. Decrease light, beautify the space, animate a vacant property, increase pedestrian auto traffic, more art-based programming that residents can use. I think it works well with the 2 theaters that we have there. Once they get up and running again, I think that they start to make a some energy in between the different types of art that they do. We could work with the school district on art programming there if the school district is interested in that. It's really in line. In the small area plan, it called for business incubators. The more we looked into business incubators, those are difficult to run sometimes. They kind of start off strong, but they're very tricky. This is really the same thing. It's just an arts business incubator. And we've seen several examples of those that have worked really well. Some of those pictures, actually, I've got more pictures. So again, these are the things that we're talking about. Studio space rental, community gallery, workshop and events, buy and sell local art, open to the public, interact with the artists, talk to them about what they're doing. This is from there's a thing called the Arts Factory in the Las Vegas Arts District. They've taken an old space. They've done exactly what we're proposing, much bigger scale, but they go around and have individual little studios. Some of them are open, some of them are closed. Up on the top floor, they have an area where they display art that was made there. This is a picture I took where an artist was in there painting, and just a lady off the street walked in, and he instantly stopped and started talking to her about what he was painting, how he became an artist, why he loves painting in this art studio. And it was kind of amazing to me because I'm going, oh, it's actually working right in front of my eyes. Same sort of thing. This is in Santa Cruz. This one I put in here, it's inside. It's very similar, Santa Cruz, California. Here they've gone so far that the city has built all along here artist and resident housing. So that's affordable housing that the city of Santa Cruz has put in, but it's specifically aimed at artist housing. So local artists in Santa Cruz. Works really well. That's been going strong for 20 years. That was in an old leather tanning area when I was a kid. This is in Colorado. It's very similar. I just wanted to put this picture in here because it's very similar on how we might set up ours, where it has an open feel, but then there is sort of an area where the artists work and they kind of have a little bit of enclosed area. Early on in the pandemic, before it got bad, I actually took Jessica up to Park City. There was an area on Main Street where there was a restaurant that was unoccupied, and the Arts Council had put in artist in residence space that was exactly like what we're talking about there. So her and I got to walk through there, and I explained how that came about, and that we'd had a lot of good classes and things in there, and we'd actually brought artists up from Salt Lake that would teach. So as you can see, you can take almost any building, and if you get a bunch of good artists and tell them, make this your own and make it so people want to come through here and see it, good artists will make it very interesting and will make a very interesting building and do things that maybe you or I wouldn't think of doing right away. And it really adds a layer of complexity and culture to Main Street. So I'm excited about doing this. And I really want to see how we can see how it takes off. Again, this does happen up in Utah. So in Ogden, they've created an art center up there. There is businesses there. Some of them are run by nonprofits. Some of them are for-profit businesses, but they do succeed here in Utah. This is a very high level swag at looking at what budgets might look like. Now, Jessica and I will refine this more. We're going to, now that the museum's out, we're going to do a walkthrough tomorrow, figure out how the layout might work, and then put some real numbers together for it. But one of the other things about this is that it's very low upfront cost. So we're not putting a whole lot of money into this. And so if it doesn't work the first time, we could try it a different way. If it eventually doesn't work, we always can still go out to RFP and see if we can get someone to come in there. But just a couple of different examples of what the cost could be based on how we're running it. And then based on those 3 scenarios here, which do actually have some startup costs, so these could even be higher than they need to be. But really looking at, okay, if you ran this 40 hours a week and you had 10 spaces for artists in there, they would be paying $160 a month for that space, which is next to nothing for artist studio space in a secure space like that they can call their own on a street where people are coming to visit it. And that covers the cost. So this can be completely self-sufficient to the extent that we want it to be. And we can play around with how many spaces are in there, how much common area we want in there, how much startup money we want them to be covering. You know, this example, we're putting in $8,000 into some improvements. We might look at some grants to cover some of those costs so that we can get these prices down even lower. Anybody that's in there renting will help run the facility. And then any of the artwork from locals that we put up that aren't in there, they could put those up, they can sell those. The RDA would get 20% of that cost back to help run the center. So that's just sort of the studio fee. The idea isn't to make this a high-end gallery, but really to make it a gallery for artists who normally wouldn't be able to get their work into a gallery. It's extremely difficult to get your work into a professional gallery, even though there is a lot of very talented artists out there. So this really, I think, is a community amenity that would help. I'll go through the next steps, but I'm going to stop talking right now. If there's any questions that you have about this, I'd love to answer any questions about art on Main Street or about this specific concept of an art house.
I like the idea. The only concern I have is that eventually it's got to be self-sustaining. The city can't just keep putting money into it year after year. So, but I like the idea, and I think it would help Main Street if we pull it off. The other question I have is who's going to run this thing? Who's going to be responsible for it?
Yeah, so initially then we'll have RDA staff running it. We do want to talk with the Arts Council. I know that's not totally in there. They're more performance art, but this would fall in something that the Arts Council might want to have a role in. But like I said, the best way that these run, and I've gone and talked with a lot of directors of these, and they're always one of the artists themselves. So you'll get somebody in there that has good business sense and understands what an opportunity they have, and they start to take the lead in running that so that there's minimal staff time, city staff time or RDA staff time having to go towards it. Now we're always going to cover maintenance and things like that. But the idea is that with the rents that we're able to charge, that this should be self-sufficient to cover, you know, the staff time, the maintenance, and the upkeep of the building. Ongoing.
Nate?
That's the goal.
Nate, performing arts shouldn't be excluded from the site vision either, right? Performing arts doesn't necessarily have to be a 3,000, you know, seating venue, so to speak, right? Like you can partition that or build that in a way that maybe you can get like 50 or 80 people in. You know, I know a stand-up comedy group is interested in it, right? And they are interested in a way that they would run like local classes on how to do stand-up and other comedy. You know, I bet they would run it, right? If they were willing to buy it. You know, if there was a way if they could work it in, I don't know if it'd be bad to reach out to them or not, I guess. And
No, yeah, and I kind of put all art together. It tends to segregate itself a little bit just because of how the spaces need to be set up. But no, I'm not. I think that could be a potential good use. I don't want to have something that's competing against when we have two other theaters already on Main Street. I want those as active as possible.
Yeah.
But if we find that there's more activity, we just want as much activity in all these buildings as we can.
Yeah, the Arts Council probably want to get involved. I don't know if we could run it per se, but there's definitely room for us to. We want to be involved in all areas of art. It's easier to run performing art, right? So if we can find a venue and a space to outreach to other types of art, you know, I think, you know, speaking out of turn, but I think that would be something to at least, you know, discuss with the Arts Council.
Yeah, we agree. That's how we would like to do it. Other questions?
Well, you've expanded our minds, Nate.
I think I said this when we were talking about Main Street. It needs to grow organically. It needs to have the restaurants and the retail and the art and the look and the feel and all that stuff. One of the trickiest parts is that all kind of needs to come at the same time. When you get a coffee shop opening up that would completely thrive on a street that's active, them trying to activate the street by themselves just doesn't work. And so that's what I really I'm worried about, is getting as much of the timing to happen at the same time so that we all of a sudden have this energy behind it and people actually coming and supporting the street. And that's tricky. And it does take a little bit of city subsidy up front. But I think the street is pretty ripe for it. It's ready for it. It's been kind of saved for this, I think, and I think it's the right time coming out of COVID, obviously, to hit the ground running and get as many eggs in the basket as we can, and as many chickens running down the street as we can. Just have everything happening all at once. Really is what will make the place thrive, and what will make we've got the 5 investors that are there that can see the vision. Once they all execute that, then there's the 15 others that follow right behind and say, well, I want to be a part of that, and they jump in. But we want to make sure that there's a good spot for everyone to jump in and to make the street successful. So
Nate?
Yeah.
Speaking of that coffee shop, that drive-through is suicidal. Have you driven your car through it yet?
I haven't driven my car through it. I almost got hit by someone coming out of it though. But
yeah, for new building, I think you guys should drive through it and experience what that is, because I went and got one of the like sodas or whatever, and I pulled out, and I have a big truck, well, a normal sized truck with a big front end. And I'm like, if a biker or a skateboarder is coming, even if I'm inching out, one of us is going to get hurt, and it's probably not going to be me. You know, we got to look at the way that code works for that, because it just looks like we're going to hurt someone.
Yeah, there's things that we could put in place to fix that. to make that safer. So we'll look into that.
Consideration. All right.
Any other questions? So just the next steps. Again, in the budget, we put a demographic market study in there. I've done a few of these before. I think they work out really well. What we're doing is we're kind of acting as venture capitalists as a city, basically investing in arts and culture and investing in our Main Street. And I think when you do that and you're wanting to put money, whether it's taxpayer money, RDA money, any money, towards it, you want to understand your business and your market as well as you can. So I want us to, this is kind of a appendix to the small area plan. Now that we have all those elements, we want a good demographic and market study to say, yes, these are the types of businesses that'll thrive here. This is what you want to go after. This is what you want to be careful for, to look out for. And these are the demographics that are going to support that type of business, or no, you don't have the demographics that support that type of business because the next city over has a theater that is doing that. So don't try to steal their, try to do a niche, we're trying to get into a niche business here that you can only really experience in Midvale. And so that's why I want to do that demographic and market study so that we really become the experts on what we're looking for and what'll work and what won't. Main Street is a really small street. Every business and everything that goes in there is going to have a difference. And we don't have, 12 blocks to work with. We have a very short street, so we can make it really good, but we got to make sure that the right things go in at the right times. In the document on the arts, on the art house, art center, we talk about putting a selection committee together. I think that that's something that we'll work on putting that together with staff. That's something that I think having someone from the Arts Council as part of that committee might be good so that they're tied in with that. We're going to go and do a walkthrough and see how we can set up the building and then start to put together what these rental agreements look like, and then advertise it, select the artists, and then kind of do a grand opening. That'll take, some months to do, and we certainly don't want to open social sort of space during COVID, because I want it to have the best chance of success as possible. So we want to make sure that we get that open at the right time, but that we're ready to go. There are lots of, I've worked with Jessica a lot on this, and there are a lot of these around the country. So we aren't reinventing the wheel here. We'll go and copy those rental agreements that work for those art centers so that we kind of avoid the pitfalls and take advantage of those who've come before us. But anyways, that's our proposal. We're excited about this. It's just one piece of a very long list of different tools and plans that we're putting in place for Main Street that that we hope will really activate the street.
And it's a remarkable vision. Thank you, Nate. Our minds are expanded. Some of us may have dreams about it tonight. Come back with some ideas in the morning or in the next few weeks. Okay. Anything else? Anybody wants to comment on that presentation? Then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Mayor. Can't even talk.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Good night.